Friends, hello. November 17, 2024. Virtual Stranger Show back on the air again. I, of course, am your host, Wes. With me, as always, are my good friends, Eric and Roots. Roots, we did it, bro. We're almost completely through November, and we're finally getting around to the October game of the month.
We did it!
Yeah, no, that's the beauty of the last, I guess I don't want to say the last game of the month, but the last live game of the month, right? Because didn't you say it'll kind of just be selected for the next one. We won't be doing a show, but yeah, we did it. And that's the beauty of it, is we didn't have to have it done by a specific time. So we got to take our time, make sure we went into the bulk of these games and can make an informed decision.
I think that it's only fair, though, Eric. I mean, anybody that paid attention to what the thumbnail looks like this time, like, we literally have like 3 months almost worth of games that we're going to be talking about in this one episode. With 3S launching in October, the MetaQuest release catalog was just relentless, and it takes some time to get through all of them, didn't it?
The freaking thumbnail intimidated me. Like, I saw the thumbnail, I'm like, oh fuck, did I play off those games? I had to go double check. I'm like, oh shit, and there was like 2 in there that I actually completely like glossed over and missed. Like, amazing how many freaking games there are. And like, man, we basically do VR for a living now, and I still can't keep up with it. Can you remember what it was like when you had a full-time job that wasn't VR, Wes, and you had to play?
Yeah.
I mean, literally now, this is what we do for a living, and I'm like, oh man, I didn't play that game. I didn't play that game. I need to go play that game.
Right. Well, and you know, it's funny is like, it's not that I didn't play any VR in October. To the contrary, I actually did play at least as much as I normally would, maybe even a little bit more. But the titles that I really liked in October, I kept going back to. It wasn't one of these typical deals where I would do 3 hours in this one and then on to the next. Like, as we're about to discuss, like, I kept coming back to, well, I mean, there's 2 right off the top of my head, really 3 that I spent multiple play sessions in this month. And to be quite honest, if it weren't for this episode, Roots, like, I probably would have gone back to those games even more than I did.
Yeah, absolutely. I can't get away from Red Dead Redemption 2, man. That's my game that keeps calling me back, and it's not even on the list. And I'm in the unique position that you guys aren't in, because I still have my regular job and I'm not working in VR. And so, but I still, enjoyed going into everything. So it's cool.
Yeah, it was pretty awesome. A lot of good titles, Eric, that we didn't even put on the list this month. Like, we couldn't cover everything, even though, like I said, this list is probably twice the size of a normal game of the month. There was probably a dozen or so games that we didn't even put on the list. And I can't think of them off the top of my head. I know one of them that you really liked was the Maestro VR came out this month on Quest. And I didn't put it on here because, to be quite honest, I'm not that interested in it. But something had to get cut, and that was the one.
I mean, to be fair, it's a re-release anyway. Like, it's like the full release, right? Like, it came out in early access as kind of like a demo, so it's been around a while, and now it's like the full release, and it's freaking good. Like, I don't know, Wes. I think you should try it at least, like, because the mixed reality is really cool in it, but even the virtual reality part is awesome.
Yeah,
it's basically a music rhythm game. I guess it's less like a music rhythm game because it's not. You don't have to be. It's a lot of it's hand tracking, right? So you're a maestro, like a maestro, like conducting an orchestra, and you have to hit like certain with your hand motions, hit certain patterns, right, to get the proper music. So it is like a rhythm game in that sense. But because it's hand tracking, it's more forgiving. So like you can be not perfect. Like take a game like Beat Saber, you have to be pretty perfect. Trombone Champ, even, you have to be pretty damn perfect. Most rhythm games, you have to be accurate at what you're doing. And Maestro, I think, is more about the whole experience and less about like getting things exactly right. But man, I'm telling you, it has some of the best looking environments. That I've ever seen, and the mixed reality is on point. So I would at least go in and check it out. I think it would kind of shock you but you might actually enjoy it a little bit. It's not something you're going to go back to all the time, but I definitely would say you should definitely go in and check it out. And Creature's pretty kick-ass, man. They got some good stuff going on over there. That
Yeah,
development studio.
they've definitely got talented people over there. And I will say this, even though I didn't play it, I did kind of look into it a little bit, and I was kind of shocked at just how good the environments look. Like you're not lying about this game being like polished and a good looking game. I was expecting like a Quest 2 looking game, and it doesn't look like that at all. It actually, has a pretty good looking environment.
Were you wanting to be a maestro, Eric, or like a conductor when you were young or something? And he's like, they're finally getting to live the dream or something, right?
I mean, I guess. I mean, it's it's not my kind of game that I would probably go back to, but like, I don't know. Some of these games really get me into especially with mixed reality and hand tracking. It actually works really well. There's not a ton of them out there where you're like, yeah, I'm okay with there's so many modes, so many hand tracking games. I'm like, if that doesn't have a mode where I can still use my controller, I'm not playing it because I don't want to get frustrated in any way. And then this one, I played it, and like you never even think about, having to go back to your controller because it's pretty damn accurate. But again, I think it's pretty forgiving. So like I felt myself a couple of times like not doing exactly what it was supposed to do, but like I got credit for it or things like that. So I think it's just more forgiving. It's more about the total experience. But if you want to feel like a freaking maestro, I think
that's it.
Definitely it does do it for you.
You know who is a maestro? Scion VR. We have Scion VR sighting in the chat. What's up, Scion?
Hell yeah! Wow.
What's up, Scion?
That's a blast.
Good to
see
you, friend. Yeah. So as Roots mentioned a moment ago, this will not only be our last Game of the Month episode for the year. This will be our last like official nomination process that we'll have. But this is probably going to be our last regular episode of the year. Now, I say regular episode because obviously we're still going to have episodes. We'll come in and we'll cover like the big releases when they land. We'll do an episode and talk about those. We're also going to have a good few episodes here that specifically have to do with the 2024 show, which is coming up in about 6 to 8 weeks. So we got to get busy on that. And so obviously with the limited amount of time that I already have, there's not going to be a whole lot of time to just do shows for the sake of doing shows. But we likely will be back. We'll likely be back next week or this weekend to select or at least present nominees. If we're not ready for this by this weekend, we'll definitely do it by next week. And with that said, I'm going to go ahead and open up. Every year we allow people in the community to suggest new award categories. We normally don't take a lot on. We might take on 2 or 3 and get rid of 2 or 3. But the floor is open for that now, and people can suggest new categories in the Discord. So what I'll do, just like we did last year, is I think we still have the channels in the background from last year's award. We'll make those public again so people can see what the categories are. Or either that, or I'll just post the categories in a new channel, and then people can select what they want the categories to be. I'll leave that up for a few days, and then we'll have the official category list go out. And at that point, we'll allow people to nominate games.
I thought you were going to say you were going to open up your gift from Santa Roots. Scion is saying that I look like Santa Claus. So
you do.
I was like, oh, man, I forgot my gifts. I got gifts for everybody.
Nice.
Roots, I didn't notice it, but he's not lying. Like you had the red hat, you would be.
I need to. You know, my daughter. I've got a granddaughter, 3 now, and she was saying I could be. I could play Santa. Yeah, I could do it. I think maybe I'll do it.
You'd enjoy that, Roots.
Yeah, I think so. Except for crying kids, peeing kids on your lap, and then parents that like get all like, I don't know. Maybe it could be a nightmare, but I think it'd be cool to some extent.
I wouldn't do it with strangers, but like obviously if you have like friends and family that have small children, I think Santa Roots. I think you would enjoy that.
Santa Roots. Maybe I'll do it for the.
Screw that. You should do them all. Just do the whole mall.
Do it for
400
yeah,
kids
dude.
in one day. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that would probably test my my sanity.
I keep thinking of the scene from the Christmas Story there, where he kicks the kid down the slide.
Yeah, that would be fun until the parents get pissed. So
Anyway, time's going to run out quickly between here and the 2024 show, so we will be back soon with a nomination episode to let everyone know what the nominees are going to be for each category, and then we will open up voting for the winners. And just for those of you who are new, the polls for the winners don't decide the winners. It is a vote, one of many. So each of us here, each host will get a vote on who wins the awards. Each one of our patrons will also get a vote, and then the poll will get a vote. And you might think that seems a little insignificant, but it does factor in. Every year, the polls are a deciding factor on more than you would even think, because even when the voting isn't that close, like oftentimes when people don't know which way to put their vote, we'll go to the poll and see what the people will say, and then people will vote around that. So all of this coming up very soon.
It could be more significant this year than ever. Like, I believe this could take us 4 days to get through the voting this year. Like, literally, this could be one of the hardest years that we've ever had. And we had years where we had Walking Dead, Saints and Sinners, and Half-Life Alyx in the same year. Like, this could be probably one of the hardest years to vote.
Luckily, as we did last year, we're disqualifying December nominees, which I still don't know how I feel about that. I understand why we're doing it, but it does feel weird. It feels like, so let's take Resident Evil 4 Remake, for example, which was a December release last year that we disqualified because it was in December. So it's nominated for Game of the Year this year. I feel like it's at a disadvantage because I don't know about you guys, but I would feel weird having a 2023 game be the 2024 Game of the Year. So I don't know. I don't know that we're doing the right thing by cutting off the nomination in November, like we've been doing. But at the same time, I also know that recency bias is real, and I also know that it's hard to really determine just how good a great game is in a couple weeks' time.
Right. You said it last week. I think it was last week or 2 weeks ago that you don't know that After the Fall would have won if we wouldn't have been just played it. If we had given it time, just like everything else, we might have gotten kind of burned out on it, you know? So I don't know.
Exactly. So there's no perfect answer here. I don't know what to do. I know that most award, like legitimate big award shows, cut off their nomination process in like July, August, September.
Right.
So
that's too much.
You know what I mean?
Well, as long as you're doing it from this time to, I mean, I guess maybe we call it the end of the year, or it's just 1 month. And the fact that we're saying 2024, that's where the weirdness comes in, right? You know what I mean? Even though they probably still call it the Game of the Year for X year, but you have that parameter, and games just have to be good. If a game comes out in January, it's at a disadvantage by the end of the year, right? So there's really no difference. It's just kind of how you look at it.
Yeah.
Again, the disadvantage with the December title is just a personal bias of mine, where like I don't know that I would be as likely to vote for Resident Evil 4 now, just because it's a 2023 release, and I would feel weird if it won 2024 show Game of the Year. You know what I'm saying?
Well,
but it's super high on my list.
But it could.
But then, right now.
But then if you look at it that way, it got screwed out of probably winning last year. So it's got to have its time. So.
Luckily,
it's such a good game, though. Like, it'll hold. I think it'll hold on its own. Like,
I've never played it
because you're going to revisit it, Wes. Like, because that's the whole thing. Like, you're going to feel weird now because it's a 2023 game, but you're going to revisit it this month, and you're going to. And I know you played it a little bit, but once you get into it deeper, you're going to see how freaking good it is. Like, there's not many games that I will sit and try and finish, and I finished that game I think in 2 or 3 days. of just going back and back and back and playing it. And I've beaten that thing like 5 times.
That's what I was gonna say. You've already beaten it so many times. That's a testament. You know who else loves to go a little deeper?
My mom.
Yeah, she does.
You know who loves to beat it multiple times?
Yeah.
My mom.
Oh man, she's busy tonight already.
She is two-handing it.
You know who loves to two-hand it?
My mom.
Okay.
But no, you're right, and you know it is kind of advantageous for RE4 that it did get separated off because just a reminder that Resident Evil Village came out last year as well, so it was kind of good to put the two of them in two different years. So I think we're going about it the best way that we can. With that said, Behemoth's coming out in December. Alien is coming out in December. I think Hitman 3, like the full-on version that we're supposed to be getting on PSVR 2, is coming out in December as well. So we'll be pushing a lot more into the 2025 awards if we disqualify December again this year.
You know who's waiting on Behemoth is Virtual Steve. Says he's waiting on Behemoth to jump back into VR for the first time in a long time. Hope it's fire. I don't know if Eric's allowed to say anything about it, but you just came from the party or whatever,
dude.
right?
I could kill myself, Eric.
Why didn't you go? Like they didn't tell anybody, Wes, so you know that. Like nobody knew.
They did send me an invite. They sent it to Brian's email. I didn't know about it when they first sent it. The second email that they sent him to Wes at his email, he gave to me and said, look, they've emailed me a couple of times now. I don't know if they've been sending these to you as well. But here you go. In case they haven't, I'll forward it to you. So he forwarded it to me. It was a very busy day, as it always is. And I just blew it off, man. I thought it was another thing like we did in Los Angeles where they're flying people out to do a demo. And, you know, I didn't think that it would be anything like what it actually turned out to be, which was a launch party with a lot of my favorite people descending upon New York. So when we talked last week and you said I'm flying to New York for this launch party, my heart just went.
I didn't know. I didn't even know you were invited because I would have said, "Hey, you know, what happened? What happened was like, so they reached out and they're like, hey, you know, we'd love to fly you in for the launch party. Are you interested in coming?" And I'm like, look, if I can come in for one night, if you'll fly me in for the one night, you know, one day, one night, and I can fly back out like late the next day, I'm down. I'll do it but I can't spend more time than that. So then I'm like, well, who else is going? Because like I'm like, I don't want to just go by my like you know, launch party's cool, but like I get a million things going on. Like it's tough for me to get out of here. But so I'm like, who else is going to this thing? And you know, there's going to be people there, and I can, you know, it's a cool event, and we can enjoy it together. I'm down. I'll do it. They're like, we can't tell you, and I'm like, nobody can't tell anybody. I'm like, I had no idea. So the only one I knew who definitely was going was Jasmine, of course, because for business, we were both like, I'm like, I'm going to be going to New York next week, and she's like, oh, I'm fucking going to New York next week. I'm like, okay, so now I know why you're going to New York, but I didn't know anybody else. And I got there, and I freaking walked in, and there's Jay Bratt. There's Kaz and Cherry. There's GT with his wife, Jane, who I've never had a chance to meet before, which was awesome. You know, Mateo 311 was there, Outerworldly, you know, me, Jasmine. I can't even remember everybody, but it was cool, man. I really wish I knew that you were invited, because I would have told you, like, yes, definitely you should go.
We got to talk more, man, because if I had known, if I had just taken time to read the fucking email when he gave it to me, I would have known, but I didn't know because we don't, I mean, honestly, we don't talk that much anymore. Maybe once or twice a week, we'll do some work stuff together, but you know, then you're on to your next thing and I'm on to my next thing. And, you know, we don't cross paths a lot. So yeah, I wish I had known. I would have went. It seemed like it was awesome. And cool. Yeah, just 3 weeks away now till launch. And I guess I can't say exactly when, but Roots, we're going to have keys very, very soon for this, and we're gonna be able to get in and check it out.
That's awesome. You know,
I did get a chance to battle the third boss, by the way, and it was freaking sick, man. This game, Wes, is in the build that we played in LA in May, I think it was, when we were out there. This is way like so much better than it was back then. Full game was available for us to play. You could actually play. You got there early enough, you could demo and play the entire game if you wanted to while you were there, on PlayStation 5 and PlayStation VR 2. But they did have the third boss that you could just jump in and play the third boss, and it's super smooth. And nobody's going to be disappointed in this game. Trust me.
I would have been
So,
disappointed in New York. That's what a shithole. I'm sorry. Anybody that lives there, yeah, I'm not a big New York fan.
I've never been there. I'm sure that it would be just like everywhere else that I went. It would be amazing. Like it's easy to, for example, it's easy to shit on San Francisco from Kentucky, but when I went to San Francisco, it was fucking beautiful, and I loved every minute of it. So
I live here in Colorado, and I'll say Denver's a shithole too. There's a pattern, Wes, of these big cities.
Yeah. What's nice, Wes, is like you go in for like 2 or 3 days, and then you just get out. Like for me, like I lived in New York, and I don't live there anymore. I live in Tampa, Florida, and I love it in Tampa, Florida, and I am not a fan of New York. This is the first time I've been back to the state of New York other than traveling through an airport, and I was happy to be there for the day and a half that I was there, and I was happy to get the heck out of there.
Florida's so much
Again,
better.
it's great for a couple of days. Like I would literally go for 2 or 3 days, see a show, go to the city, walk around, but when it's time to go. It's too many people.
Nice to go back home.
So Scion in the chat asks if I'm a Silent Hill 2 fan. I am. I haven't played the remake yet.
What?
And actually that was one of my big regrets for saying, hey, this is probably going to be our last show, because honestly what I was planning on doing for the next one is the mod for Silent Hill 2, which just dropped a few days ago from Praydog. He's done a full VR mod, using UEVR as the base, but he's went ahead and put a little extra time into getting the controls right and making it play like a real VR game.
You can still do it, and then if it's good enough, then you maybe slip in a show,
Yeah, I was looking at it, man. I don't know for a fact that it'll run well on anything under a 4090. I haven't read into it yet, but it seems like a lot of people are having good success with it. So I think it might be worth a try. And for what it's worth, even though we're not doing like regular podcast episodes, I'm starting immediately now. I'm going to go back to all of the Game of the Year nominees, all of the best titles that are legitimately in the discussion for Game of the Year, and I'm going to start playing them now. And some of those I'm sure I'll stream. Right, we're talking about RE4. I'm going to get in and play RE4. I'm going to get in playing, I'm going to go back to Metro and Batman and all of these awesome titles that came out this year and try to play deep into them, if not finish them, so that I can make a real informed decision. So yeah, we'll be back. We just won't be doing so many podcasts between now and the end of the year.
Tech says it runs good on a 4070 medium settings. So 3080 Ti is pretty similar to 4070, right? Or no? I don't know exactly. What
They should be pretty close to the same. Yeah, actually. So yeah, although I will say that one of my fans was messed up on my graphics card.
Oh,
so
really?
I don't know yeah.
That's a thing with them. With that fucking card, excuse my language. I need to stop.
Yeah.
But yeah, that card specifically, it seemed like it was always an issue for me.
Yeah. So I'm gonna have to. I don't know if it's still under warranty or if I'm going to have to pay them to fix it, but I got to get it fixed.
I'm pretty sure it should still be under warranty. I think when it's started over or something. So as far as that goes, but who knows if they EVGA is what they're doing. Wouldn't it be cool if they for some reason sent you like a 4080? Because I think they had models and then they didn't release them or something. I don't know.
I'd take it. I'd certainly take a upgrade if they want to give one. But yeah, we'll need to touch base on that off the air so I can kind of figure out what I need to do here with this thing. But it's a bad time to send my graphics card away too, with all of these games to play for the show. So I don't know. I'll have to come up with a game plan. I am going to upgrade next year, but that does me no good right now. So
you can also get the aftermarket coolers that you can take off the fans and like kind of put its own cooler on it.
Yeah, I can definitely fix it myself, but I think doing that would probably void the warranty.
Probably. Yeah, I guess if for some reason it's not warranted, right? But
right. Yeah, if it's not warranted and it's going to cost me money to have them put another stock fan on it, I might just do it myself and put a better one on it. But plus, resale value. If you start modding these cards. It'll be hard to resell if I decide to resell it, which at this point I don't think I am. I think I'm going to build another PC next year.
Hmm.
Start with the graphics card and then put it in and use that for a while, and then kind of build up a PC around it later and put the 3080 back in this one. That's the plan anyway. We'll see how it goes. Anyway, we have a lot to get into here tonight, so why don't we kick the show off the way we always do by saying hello to our friends in chat. People like the Game Cat Andrew Ehrenreich, who donated a $5 US. Says, I can't watch tonight. I'm just popping in to say what's up. We'll catch the show tomorrow. Have a great night, everyone.
What's up?
Thank you, Andrew. Very much appreciate the
He's going to go watch the Tyson fight,
donation.
I think.
Oh, sweet.
Yeah, it was so good that everybody's watching it a second time.
He'll be right back. Left Control Gaming's here. Techno Glitch is here. Virtual Steve, Mepper, Flippy Nuggets, all here. Looper's here. Says that Silent Hill runs okayish on his 4090 laptop. What's up, GameCat Behemoth? What's up, Scion? Virtual Steve, Dirty Yella, DJ, Dirty Yella. What's up, Brandon? Alahimbe D 2-year Underground Stranger GameCat. Said, man, I missed you guys. Yeah, well, I miss you too, Alahimbe. Who else? Grandpa Barbecuer the Game Cat is here. Says on the title screen we should acknowledge the nomination period. Yeah, we'll mention it during the episode so that people know. I probably won't put it up on the thumbnail or the title screen or anything like that. Like, again, our nomination period goes longer than most of the awards nomination periods go. So I feel we're good there. I just feel weird about it personally. Rogue TR is here. What's up, Rogue? Space Denison, Not Sure Brondo, all here. Bad Robo is here as well. Inferno 9 in the house. Brandon C is here. Let's go, Brandon C. Who else is here? Anyone? VR SpryGuy is here. Happy birthday, SpryGuy. Played some Into Black with SpryGuy yesterday. Had a
Did you?
You? Ooh, really? I love that game, man. I had such a good time. I had so much fun in that game last week or whatever it was. Yeah.
It gets better every time you get into. I can say that legitimately. The game just continues to get better and better and better. But we'll talk about that in a moment. Gabriel 004 is here. Salvador is here. Simplex was here, but he went to bed. Good night, Simplex. Town D, what's up? Heroku's here. What's up, Heroku? Heroku joined the community recently, Eric.
Nice. What took him so long?
I guess he didn't know. I guess he didn't know what we were doing over here, but he knows
Man,
now.
welcome, Heroku. Now you know.
Mark Smith is here. What up, Mark? Evan Yabu is here. Johnny Rypop. What's up, Rypop? JLW99. Hello. Who else? Alex? Just Alex. I don't know who Just Alex is. It's not Alex VR. I don't think it's Alex Gilling. It's just Alex.
Nice.
What's up, Alex? Welcome. That Dank Cheese is here. Still no sign of Dawn though. I'll put that in there as well.
Yeah, Don's gone.
Don.
I don't know what happened to Don. Just disappeared.
He's Don, but not forgotten.
Yeah, that's right.
And Philosix is at the tippy top. So what's up, Philosix? Thanks for joining. Did we have anybody slip in today?
Chris Richardson was the first Slippy I saw. And then I think there might be a couple more down at the very bottom.
Yeah. Left Control Gaming, Quadzilla, Kevin Tech here as well. True Prophecy 22 says, I've been out of the loop. Triangle Strategy have a chance? Yeah, we're going to talk a little bit about Triangle Strategy in just a few minutes, so hang in there. And Bad Robo here as well. So yeah, Nathan, what's up? The Slippies keep coming. Hello, everyone.
It's their time to
Thank you
shine.
coming and hanging out with us tonight, playing everybody's favorite game.
Game of the month. You know,
I
actually,
missed it.
I was looking for a some kind of a sound bite. And I was like, man. And then I found like websites that could do celebrity voices, and none of them could really make it sound right. But we got to get something.
Yeah, I was talking about this the other day. Like we're coming up on 2 or 3 years now in our current like setup. It's almost time for us to rebrand again.
Yeah.
And
I saw a Strangers in the Night thing pop up on my feed from 3 years ago.
Ooh.
Like, how long have I been on the show now?
It's been longer than 3 years, I think.
Holy
it's been a
crap.
while, yeah.
That's insane to me.
Yeah, everybody's saying
I'm
you look
thinking-
different without the beard.
I do.
Yeah.
I know. And
He
the
does.
glasses.
He does.
And the glasses.
And the
No, right,
glasses.
Yeah, you got California glasses, man. This is what you look like you're on MSNBC or something.
I think he is on the side.
Oh, can I be on Fox's? No, I'm only kidding. No politics. I have
Yeah,
no,
yeah. And if he's
I have
like,
no
hey,
allegiances
don't
to any.
don't start it.
a
I have
whole bunch
no
of people
allegiance.
just broke their TV and like, fuck
I
you,
have
Eric.
no allegiances to any news.
I think they
network.
all suck.
They all suck. Trust
Yeah,
me.
that's
Yeah.
the appropriate answer.
That's
Just kidding.
That's the truth of it. They all suck.
They do.
100%. Diz the Game Cat joining us as well. What's up, Diz? Shit, I was going to say something, but I don't remember what it was. So let's just get into the game of the month, and let's start off as we often do by talking about PlayStation VR 2. Not a bad month for PSVR 2. A month marked with mostly pretty high profile ports coming to the platform, which is a pretty common thing for PSVR 2. But we did have some new releases, like Metal Hellsinger VR, which came to the platform at the beginning of October. This is a game that we talked about last month. I can't remember. This may have even won Game of the Month on one of the platforms last month. Let me take a look at this.
That's news to me, but I wasn't here for the last one. I don't believe.
That's true. Game of the Month, September. Is that
Well, as you're looking that up, can I tell you I didn't like it?
you didn't
Metal
like
Hellsinger?
No, I didn't
Metal
like it.
Hellsinger?
No.
Wow.
Hey, this is my biggest problem, and this is the biggest thing that Wes will like probably roll over in his grave for me saying it. I hate the fucking music. Excuse my language. I don't like heavy metal music like it. Like just off the start, the music that was in there, I just grated on me. And then the theme of being in hell. I just didn't I thought I liked parts of it, but not enough to where I wanted to play that far deep into it, just because I couldn't stand the music. I just don't like that kind of music at all. Well, I mean, there's I listen to mostly worship music anymore, and there's a whole slew of people that hate worship music, so I get it. It's just not my jam. But most games don't have your kind of music, right, Wes? Like you're always looking for heavy metal music in a game, and it's not there. And so that was my experience with it. So
Yeah, I find that music. Obviously, the music plays a bigger role in this game than it does in others, but I think it kind of fits here. You know, this is a game that's obviously patterned after Doom gameplay, and with that said, Doom has always had this kind of like heavy metal soundtrack behind it. The only difference is that this particular soundtrack comes from legitimate heavy metal artists, people that have won Grammys, and there's vocals, right? Typically we don't have vocals, although Eric, I do think it's kind of cool how they layer the music in this game. So where like literally when you start out playing, you're basically just listening to the basic like rhythm section of the band, and then as you fight and you build up your multiplier, each level your multiplier comes up, a new layer of music gets added into the track, and the vocals are the last thing to come in, so that if you hear the vocals, you know that you're really kicking ass, and you probably have your special move powered up and ready to use as well.
Yeah, I love this game, man, and there's a lot of cool things in here, and but I'm with you, Roots, that if you don't like this type of music, you're probably not going to like this game, because like for me, it's a lot about the music. Like and the movement is great. I love the rhythm based of it. I love the combat. I love shooting weapons. But if all that was gone or all that was still there and the music was gone, I think it would be another ho hum shooter, right? Like for me, it's the soundtrack. It's the way it like just builds you up as it goes, Wes. And like you're right with it's almost like a crescendo when everything starts to kick in all at the same time. It's just like the perfect like symphony of like carnage and music and rock, and like you feel all of that. But I think you have to jive with the music, and if you don't, I just think it's another shooter at that point. Like I don't think it does anything super different, other than again, it's the total package for me. I mean, but I love this game because I love the music and I love everything. I love being a badass with the music and with everything that's in there. So I could see why if you don't jive with the music roots, it's not you.
Yeah, I thought everything you said about everything else is spot on. The movement, the shooting, the special move, and all of it was cool. But yeah, and that was my take on it. But I instantly was like, oh, I guarantee Wes loves this, because I that's one of your biggest gripes, Wes, is that like none of these games has music catered to you. You know what I mean? Like it's always something else. And so it's good that they actually have music for people that love metal, So
Yeah, it's good, and well, like not every track is my favorite. I did feel like it fit the game pretty well, like the environments and the action that's going on, and that's kind of like what makes the game special. A lot of people talk about the game because of the soundtrack and the artists on it, but it's the gameplay that really sticks out to me. That super fast paced Doom style gameplay. Which platform did you play it on, Roots? If you don't mind.
Is it only on the whichever? I think it was probably Quest. Whichever one was the one. I don't think it's on Steam. Is it this month?
Not for this month. No, I don't think.
No, actually, I might have. It might have been on Steam because I think it was because I remember having to download it separate from all the other Quest games. So it looked good and it played good. Everything looked good. I mean, if it wasn't for my dislike of the music, it just there's just something about it. Like I didn't get too far into it, and maybe I'm just sensitive to certain things now. I don't know. It was just like I just can't stay in this, and so but I did think the gameplay was really cool. So.
Yeah, the reason why I asked is there is definitely a difference visually in playing the game on PC and PlayStation versus playing it on Quest. And you're right, it did come out on PC this month as well. It hit Quest last month. And hit the other two platforms this month. I think what I like about it, Eric, I mean, there's a lot of things I like about it, but it's a little bit of a different take on this type of game because the way that the multiplier plays into the actual gameplay itself. So obviously it's a leaderboard chaser type game. Being creative and being on beat will allow you to score more points, and then getting your multiplier allows you to score more points. What I really like about the way that they do it in Metal Hellsinger, though, is that it isn't just about scoring points. It's about the amount of damage that you can do.
Right.
So the same shot on the first, on level 0 multiplier will barely hurt the enemy. But after you get your multiplier built up to like 8 or 16, that's when you really do the damage. So that's how they force you basically to play on beat instead of just running through like you can. Like in Pistol Whip, you can just go through and shoot the people. It doesn't really matter if you play on the beat or not. But in this game, if you're not attacking on the beat, your multiplier won't increase and you'll barely do any damage. And I thought that was a really cool twist.
Yeah, no, I agree. And the skill level is way higher here than on most like rhythm-based shooters. Like you have to be, and movement too, by the way. Like, a lot of those other ones are locked in place. Like, and this is not. This is very much fast-paced movement. Free movement around your environment, and you have to move around or you're going to die pretty damn quickly. Plus, you have to hit on the beat and a rhythm. So there's a lot going on in this game. But like, I don't know. I don't know how far you got in this West, but I never felt overwhelmed in the game. I always felt like it gave me a fair, like if I was doing what I was supposed to be doing, I always felt I had a fair chance to get through it, which is great.
Yeah.
Because some of these games like this can get like, it can get a little bit. I mean, it does get harder as it goes for sure, but some of these games get like almost too hard to where they get frustrating. And I never felt that way. You always pretty much feel like a badass here, even when you die and you have to like redo things. You still feel like a badass when you're doing them, which is cool.
Yeah, and I love the boss fights too. I mean, obviously, we don't want to do a half an hour segment on each one of these games, but I'd feel bad if we moved on without talking about just how epic these giant bosses are. Roots, it actually kind of reminded me a little bit of Returnal, the way that the boss fights work in this game.
Yeah, Returnal is amazing, and so that's a very big compliment for the developers of the studio, or the studio that put this game out.
So a great way to kick off the month for PlayStation VR 2, Metal Hellsinger VR, a solid title, and you know it's hard to recommend a platform for this because like I think it feels the best on PlayStation. It maybe looks a little bit better on PC. And I got my best scores on the Quest, which it looks
Me too.
significantly less. You know, it doesn't look nearly as good on the Quest, but I seem to play better.
Let me
on the
ask you
Quest.
this: what if you didn't have the music? I guess your score wouldn't be good because Bad Robo's like just turn the music down, and like everything Wes just said, that you kind of need to be on rhythm with the music. So
Well, there are visual cues as well. Things
Oh,
in
really?
the environment are flashing to the beat, and your little reticle thing pulses to the beat. And then on PlayStation specifically, like they have one beat. I think they call it the golden beat or something like that. It's like every 4 or every 8 beats, and if you time like your reload on that or something, you get a fast reload or something like that. But on PlayStation, the golden beats all pulse through the headset, if I remember
Ooh.
correctly.
Well, I mean, it sounds like
Which helps.
there's a lot to this game, a lot more than just and that's probably why you guys loved it so much. Is like there's a lot more going on than just the rhythm of the music and the pulsing and like in the headset. So that's cool.
Definitely. The only thing I would say, if you're thinking about you're going to turn the music down, I find myself, especially with a lot of these, there's so much going on that I get better and my scores get better when I'm not looking at the indicators on screen and I'm actually looking at what's going on and where I'm aiming. And I'm just, because you can actually, with the beat, once you get the beat and the rhythm, you don't need the indicators anymore. Especially if you're kind of like in jive with the music, then it's basically you just looking around the screen at like what's going on and who you're, what you're shooting at and where the next enemy is coming from, because there's gonna get a lot of them, especially later on. There's so many on screen that you really need to be looking at like where your next enemy is while you're shooting that one. So a lot of times when I'm into it and when I'm getting my best scores, I'm not even looking at the indicators. I'm just listening to the beat and I'm shooting on the beat.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's kind of how I play it too. I kind of I zone into the music, and I don't think about the beat, but I do get into the music and get to the point where my actions just always are in line with the beat of the music. It's one of those games where you really want to be able to get in that flow state with it. So I could kind of get where Roots is coming from. Like if he doesn't like the music, it's going to be harder for him to play, right? Because he's not going to be able to get into that zone and flow state with it like I do.
But to be fair, like I said, and it really is true, there's like so many games that cater to everybody else. It's kind of nice that somebody actually put some good metal music, from what Wes is saying. Because even the metal that we've heard in the past wasn't metal or it was garbage. So.
And for what it's worth, I can't find the. I don't know if I saved the winners from last month's game of the month, so I don't know. If this game wasn't like a winner for Quest last month, it was definitely high up on the list and something we had to debate about. Brooklyn Menace joining us in the chat says, "I like this game, but wish the resolution was higher on PSVR 2." Yeah, it looks pretty good on PSVR 2, but some of like the environments and stuff are a little bit soft. Like it isn't like bad, but it certainly could have been better. I will
Don't
agree
play
with
it
that.
on Quest then. If you don't like it on PlayStation VR 2, don't
Oh
even
no.
fire that bad boy up then, because
Was
it
it
looks
not?
really good on Steam. Like that's probably where I would, either Steam or PlayStation is where I would play it.
It looked really good.
But I was the same way with you, Wes. Like I scored way better on the Quest than I did. I think we talked about this too. But I think I
Yeah.
played a very early version on Steam. Like it was like a media version that I don't think was quite finished, and I sucked when I played. I didn't actually like the game when I first played it on Steam, just because I think it was an early build and just things didn't feel right. Like and then when I played the Quest version, I fell in love with it. So
Looper says Escaping Wonderland 1 and Metal Hellsinger was runner-up.
There you go. Yeah, I remember
Wow.
now because I cast the tiebreaker vote on that.
I
Like,
know, and I was shocked.
because you thought I was going to fall in line with you on that one, but
Yeah.
Escaping Wonderland was awesome. So
It was.
I had to go with my gut. Anyway, we move along to the next nominee. Another kind of horror themed game coming to the PlayStation platform after years on Steam, and that game is Phasmophobia. This is an interesting nomination for me because honestly, this game shouldn't be nominated yet. Because the truth of the matter is that this game on PlayStation is in an early access state. Now, obviously, PlayStation Store doesn't allow developers to designate titles as being in early access. But we came to find out after the game launched through communications with the developers that there's still a lot of work left to be done on the PlayStation version of the game, which leaves it in a pretty janky state. Now, don't get me wrong. I'm not going to sit here and tell you that you shouldn't play it or that it's unplayable or anything like that, because I did play it and I did have fun with it. But it is not on the level of the PC version in terms of polish, and the PC version itself isn't perfect.
That's what I was going to say. Somebody in our Discord, I think it was Brondo or somebody, said that Philozix or somebody, they just went into the PC version and they thought it was garbage, that it ran like crap. And they said they were, and so it made me wonder, as you were saying, this is an early access. That one's been out for years. And if it's still not really polished to where people are saying that today, then where does that leave this one?
I don't know what the deal was with whoever said that. I did recently or semi recently play it on PC, and the experience was good for me. Everything worked perfectly. It's a way more built
Elaborate.
out than it was. Yeah, when we played it like in early access, like not only was it janky, but there just wasn't a whole lot of game there at all. But there's way more environments now. There's way more spirits and ghosts that you can kind of work out, and the game is fully fleshed out now. So this is a fun game. I was not impressed with it when it was in early access, but this is a fun game now. And honestly, what makes it fun really isn't the horror aspect of it. It's the kind of process of working out what kind of ghost or spirit that it is. Like they give you a large variety of tools that you can use, and you take those in there and you use them. They're all very different from one another to gather clues, and then you use your book to kind of research and try to figure out which one it is. That's the whole game. But now that they've kind of built it out with more spirits and more environments, it's actually fun to play. And of course, I like it as a horror game as well, although I don't think it's all that scary very often. Did either of you guys get a chance to play this on PlayStation?
I didn't bother. I didn't like I didn't like it on PC, so I just didn't I didn't want to play it on PlayStation. So.
Eric,
Yeah.
did you check it out?
I did not, but so I did get an invite to go play it, which I'm probably going to play it this week with Miles Dyer. He's going to do my show with me tomorrow night, so we can talk about PlayStation Pro and the new PC hookup and some other games and stuff. And he's like, will you come in with me and play this week, and we'll get some people in there and play? And I'm like, hell yeah! I've only played it like one time, on Steam. And that was with you, Roots, and we had no audio, and Wii US, and we had zero audio, I
Right.
think.
Right.
So for the whole thing. So I hated it, and I'm like, I'm not going back in until it's perfect. And then I just never went back in again. So I've only played it one other time. So when he asked, I'm like, and I assumed the way he was talking about it, Wes, that this is a great version now because he's like raving about it. So I was like, oh yeah, if you're telling me that this is great and we need to do this and have a blast doing it, I'm like, hell yeah, I'm in, I'll do it. But it sounds like it's still not right.
Well, it's janky. Like a lot of the interactions are janky. It's not the best looking game in the world, although it isn't as bad as like a lot of the reviewers made it sound like. It just looked horrible. It don't look bad. It looks like a quest game.
Mhm.
But some of the interactions are janky, like interacting with the objects and doors and things. Definitely not very polished. We had some crashing issues, which they may have patched that out by now, but we crashed a few times. But when you're in there and things are working, it's fun to play. Like I went in and played it with Brian before it launched, and we had a blast. And what you're saying is true. Like Miles and Brian are playing this thing regularly. Brian plays it like on the daily. He
crazy.
loves it. Yeah. So it is a fun game. It's just it needs a little bit more work and a little bit more polish on console to be on the level that the PC version is. But it's a good game. I think it definitely deserves to be a nominee this month on the list, even in its janky state. So yeah, I guess we'll just go ahead and move on from there.
Are they
And,
ever going to get this thing right? Can I ask that question? Like, how long's the Steam
I think
version
so.
been out? Like
Several years.
And
Since
then
we-
why would they? And then why would they launch the PlayStation version? Like you waited all this time to launch the PlayStation version, and you're not going to launch it as a complete game ready to go.
I have
Like,
a
why?
theory on that.
I'd love to hear it because I don't get it.
There's two dudes. It's two dudes. Now, at the same time, like they sold millions of copies of this game
Go hire some
on Steam. They
Right.
should be hiring people so that
Yeah.
it doesn't take 3 years to make it right. Like I don't think that they're doing that. I think that that's the reason why. I mean, this game got delayed forever. Like this was supposed to be on PlayStation last year, if I'm not mistaken, and it got delayed significantly, only to launch in like a super janky state, like it used to be on PC. I have no doubt that they'll get there, but as usual, as everything from this studio, it's just going to take time. From here, we're going to move along to the only game on the entire list that I did not play this month. Whitewater VR Extreme Kayaking Adventure came to PlayStation this month, and I'm kind of bummed that I didn't get in here to play it. This was something that I intended on doing like right before the show when I was kind of cramming to get in the last few games. I went in with about 45 minutes to go to showtime and realized that I hadn't even claimed the key on it yet. So I went and found the key. I claimed it really quickly and hit install, and it took like a half an hour for this fucking game to install. It was so big. So I didn't get a chance to get in there and play it. And I know Roots didn't either. But I know you did, Eric. So what did you think about Whitewater VR?
Well, I mean, you know me, I'm a huge fan of this type of thing because I absolutely love Kayak. It's one of my favorite games ever.
Right.
So I had to get in and play this. No, I got in and play. I wanted to try it, like, because I was like, okay, maybe this is going to be the game that like I wanted Kayak to be. So I'm like, I'm going to try this and get into it. And I can tell you one thing: if you had even downloaded it, Wes, and had a minute, you would have been disappointed because you can't play the whole thing until you unlock courses, and the courses are timed, and you have to get through them to get to the next one. There's only 5 courses, but you can't play any of them in the time attack mode or the actual mode that counts until you beat them. And they're not easy to beat. They're hard. Like they're hard to get through. So you can't.
That's kind of good though. I mean, that's bad if you're
gives
trying
you
to
a
cram
challenge
for a show.
Yeah. And to be fair, they do give you like a free mode where you can just go in and just do whatever the hell you want, right? Like and then you can enjoy them like that. But like but yeah, if you're going to do the time attack, you have to unlock them, which, I'm okay with that too. Like, I'm cool with that. And, the visuals are really good. Like, I would say they're almost on par with with Kayak Mirage. Like they're pretty damn close. The problem with this game is it doesn't feel right. Like, you know how Kayak's got the package of it looks beautiful, and you know the actual motion of moving your kayak through the water feels fairly natural and everything feels pretty good. And here it doesn't really. There's things that are a little bit off. I never felt right. There's a lot of things here based on your head movement of where your kayak goes. And that is not the way it is in Kayak Mirage at all. And it really messes you up because if you lean even just a little bit, like even if you don't mean to, you're going to move your kayak. So what happens is you think you're going to be moving in a certain direction with your kayak, but your head will actually move one way, and all of a sudden your kayak will be turned, and you're like, oh man, what the freak? How did that happen? And it took me forever to realize it was my head that was doing it and not my paddles.
Just like
so
real life.
You just never feel like you're quite on, especially if you've been in a kayak, because when you're in a real kayak, if you move your head, your kayak's not going to move. You know what I mean? So it's almost counterintuitive here. It just doesn't feel right. It doesn't feel natural. And then the visuals are just a hair off, so it's just not as good as Kayak Mirage. And
Wonder if there's
no
a setting
multiplayer again too, which I was hopeful for.
Is there a setting maybe for like head movement or direction or whatever?
I didn't get in to check it. I got in and played as much as I could. I did not search around for a whole bunch of like settings and stuff. So there may be, maybe if somebody in chat played it more than I did, they can comment on that. But I didn't see anything in the setup when I set it up originally. But it just felt a little bit off to me. Like, I don't know. But again, I'm comparing it to another game. So maybe if I had more time with it and got used to the controls. But when you're used to Kayak and Mirage, and that's the way it controls, and that is so good. Like to me, that's one of the best things about Kayak Mirage is how well the kayak feels, and the physics feel good. And here it just doesn't feel right for some reason.
Interesting. I'm just watching the trailer here that Roots is playing, and the environments seem pretty cool.
They look good.
Do you get a chance really to enjoy them, or are you constantly just trying to stay in control of your boat?
For me, because I had problems with the controls and I didn't like the way it felt, and then again, you're trying to unlock the levels by going fast. Then yeah, I mean, I did a little bit in the free roam just so I could see the courses that they had, but yeah, I mean, you don't when you're in the time attack. Then you don't get to see it as much or appreciate it as much. The water doesn't look as good here either, as like say in Kayak Mirage, where that water looked really natural. This one doesn't seem quite as natural. It's not as like, the physics don't seem quite right with the water, like it does in Kayak Mirage. And then
Can you fight a bear?
No bear fighting, damn it.
Crazy.
They do have a cool mode where you have to hit these crates that you see. And if you hit the wrong crate by mistake, it like blows up, and then you lose time.
Oh god!
So it takes time off of your time or adds time to your time. So that was kind of cool.
I thought those crates were like from the cartel. Like they had
yeah, don't. I know they have
cartel
explosives.
dropping crates off in the river.
Yeah,
that's how they do. I hear. Anyway, no, it looks pretty cool. I'm a little bit bummed that I didn't get a chance to play it before the show, but I'll definitely going to get in and check it out. It's installed now, so maybe we'll do a few minutes on it on a future episode. Who knows? Maybe it'll get nominated for one of the games on the 2024 show. Anyways, we move along to the next release, which I did play quite a lot of, and that is Vendetta Forever. We covered this game recently on Strangers in the Night, and this is an interesting kind of arcade shooter. Kind of has a little super hot vibe going on in here. It's got a little bit of pistol whip going on in here, but it's very much its own game, and a lot of different levels here. The concept is it's a node based like rail shooter. Oh, no, not even a rail shooter. It's a node based arcade shooter, and you make your way through the levels, by grabbing your enemy's weapon. So you kill an enemy, their weapon flies up in the air, and you grab it to move where that enemy was, and then you kill the next enemy, lather, rinse, and repeat. There's something like 50 levels, some crazy number of levels in here, and the objectives are different level to level. Like certain levels, it's all about just getting through as quickly as you can. Other levels, you have to kill all of the enemies. Other levels, you have to kill certain enemies. They keep changing up kind of the rule set on you, but every level has its own leaderboard. This is a multi-platform game, available on Quest and PlayStation VR 2. And Roots is a game that I had a lot of fun with, as many people know. I took part in some pre-launch competitions and things.
Crushed it.
Yeah, did very well with those. Oh, by the way, I never showed off my. Hold on a second here. They sent me.
Oh, there you go.
Sent me
What,
the
you got a trophy?
Yeah,
Damn.
dude.
Yeah.
Dude, he crushed it, man. Everyone
Yeah,
else
he
thought
did.
they did good, and Wes was like, no.
He's like, you children.
What I thought was cool about this game is like you said, how every level's different, how there's different themes, different weapons. You never know, like, if you're going to get something to throw, you're going to get something, a shotgun, you're going to get a gun. I found myself several times screwing myself, because you get moving so fast and you throw away a gun, and then, like, if there's no gun, there's no weapon, you're kind of screwed, right?
Mhm.
I got into that several times, but I just think it's very well made. It's just very well thought out, and it flows so well, and it's definitely a really good game.
The way they do the bullet time in this game, Eric, it really does kind of make you feel like John Wick sometimes, doesn't it?
It does, man. This game surprises me because, like, I don't know, like, I was a big fan of Super Hot when it came out, but like I got tired of it pretty quickly, and it's been a long time since I played that game, and I jumped back in this, and I do have that feeling of Super Hot, but I actually like this a little bit better, I think, than Super Hot. I don't know. There's something about this game that kind of wraps me up, and I do love leaderboard chasing, so yeah, this game is super good, and it makes you feel like such a badass when you get these shots perfectly, and like headshots are key here, man. Love it.
Yeah, it's got that kind of. It feels kind of like Super Hot because not only is like the combat very similar, but the defense is kind of similar too, where you're trying to dodge shit and stay in your spot. What kind of makes it funner to play than a game like Super Hot in many ways is the movement. Like Super Hot just locks you into a scenario.
Mm-hmm.
You got to kill like 3 dudes and then that's it. You're on to the next scenario. This puts you in a level that you literally have to move through. So like one of these levels is like 5 levels of Super Hot strung together into one thing. And where Super Hot, you're going very slowly, like moving at your pace and trying to be very strategic about it. The strategy's here too, but you don't have that time to think. You've got to move. So unlike a game like Super Hot, where you're going to try 2 or 3 times and then move on to the next scene, this is a game that you're going to play over and over and over and over until you have figured out what's the best strategy. And then after you figure out what the best strategy is, then you have to execute on it, which is not always the easiest thing to do.
Yeah, we talked about node. What was the game that we reviewed recently where we were talking? It was a shooter game like this that was node based, but you have more movement than a normal node base. What it was, Dead Second. We talked. Remember we reviewed Dead Second, and node based games usually I hate node based games because they're so like linear and they lock you into like you only can go one space or one area. Where like even Dead Second, it does give you the ability to either go backwards or you can actually have a couple of different multiple paths. This one definitely feels like even more than that. Like it is somewhat kind of node based movement, but you still, like Wes said, you still have like control over where you go and how you do these things. So I think there's different ways to do node based to make it still super interesting. Like even more than like Zombieland Headshot Fever, like where that definitely is like super node based.
Yeah, Zombieland's kind of that one I would consider to be a rail shooter because they,
Yeah.
they put you on a path, and while it does branch from time to time, you still have to stay on the rail. Where this, not only you know, do you have the choice of who you're going to kill first, and by extension where you're going to go next. There are multiple paths through a lot of these levels, like um, which is interesting, especially when you're in like a speed running scenario and you're trying to get to the exit as quickly as you possibly can. Some of these levels you're constantly faced with a choice of going left or right, and which means that there's um, any number of ways to work your way through. Like you might have two ways at the onset to go, but then if you go right, then there's two ways to go there, and then you run down this one way a little bit, and now you have another decision of do you go left or go right here. Um, so it lends for a lot of replayability, which is good because it's a game that you have to repeat to get good at any given level. But on top of that, they shuffle the weapons up, and it does matter what weapon you get and where. Like the shotgun is very different than the submachine gun, which is different than the revolver, which is different from like the 9mm. Um, not only are they different in how they fire, but the recoil um, is a big difference. Like I found it funny, Eric, when I was in the competition, a lot of people were like really wanted to get shotguns all the time.
Mm-hmm.
I found the shotgun was terrible, man, because the recoil was so bad on it. Like your second shot, if you didn't wait, would never hit the target. Or at least it was like that for me. So yeah, I don't know. It's pretty cool that they shuffle it up and again add variety to each run by making it so that you never know what weapon you're going to get at any given time.
Yep, and you're 100% right. I hated the shotgun because again, like I said earlier, headshots are key. Like in this game, if you're going to get a good time, and I don't feel like I can ever really truly get a really good aimed headshot with the shotgun. Like you get them every once in a while, you get lucky and you'll get one with it. But that's what I like about this game too. Is like you have to think about what weapon you're going to go grab next because you can, when you're two-handing a weapon, you can shoot with, you don't have to take that exact weapon that you just shot. You can still keep another one in your other hand. So you kind of like, you have to really think about how you get through a level, like even what path you take, what enemies you shoot first. Like there's a lot to, what weapons you take and you use. There's a lot of things that go into this about, for trying to get high scores. So if you're a scoreboard chaser, like Wes is like really good. And, I do like that too. I mean, there's a lot you have to think about here.
I like to finish the level. I never go back to the score. I'm like, I did it. I finished it. I'm watching Wes go through that last level like 8 times to get the S, right?
Mm-hmm.
And crushed it eventually. And I would have never gone through that many times. So once I got to the next level, I'm moving on. But everybody plays these type of games different, right? So,
yep.
Luber has a good point. He says you do want to get rid of the shotgunners first, and he's right. There's nothing that'll kill your run more quickly than a dude in the corner with a shotgun in this game. It's kind of one of the things that remind me of Super Hot a lot, was kind of having to try to work around people with shotguns because it's very difficult to dodge. And did I mention that all of the gameplay that you're watching here was done seated? Like I didn't even stand up to play this fucking thing, which is ill-advised for most people, but my feet were in bad shape at the time that I did this. So
you have to stand up, people say.
Mm-hmm.
Right? You got to have full movement and,
I definitely recommend it with this game. You should stand up while playing this. When I was competing in it and doing the competition on the Quest version, I definitely stood up the whole time. But I'll tell you what, man, like even playing this seated, like I worked up a pretty good sweat. This is a pretty good workout playing this game. If you're not taking breaks and you're just going at it and going at it and going at it, it'll get you warm pretty quick.
You know who loves to get warm when they're going at it and going at it and going at it?
My mom!
You know who loves the shotgun dudes in the corner?
My mom!
DJ Dirty Yella coming to my back saying that he's part of the seated VR gang. Hell yeah, man. I never stand up, not unless I absolutely have to. But I would recommend it here. This is a very active game. Regos Pantaleon joining us in the chat. I'm just pretty much stalling now, Roots, because what's about to happen on the screen right there is pretty awesome. I don't know if you caught it, but on the next run, you'll really catch it. Because I don't know if I've showed this to you. Have you watched this video yet, Roots?
I have not. This is my first time.
Well, you're gonna dig it. This is the nightclub level. If you haven't noticed yet, you're in a club trying to fight your way to the other end. You have to make it through the office, and I guess the club manager's the bad guy, and you have to kill him and leave. And his office is at the top of these steps here. But if you go up the steps and just take a moment after you kill him, maybe it wasn't this run.
Maybe it's the next one.
There it is.
Oh, there it is. Yeah, it is cool. Oh, well, I'll tell you what, it deserves to be in there. Because that was the award. That's besides the trophy, right?
Yeah. We got both of our logos in here. Although I still haven't talked to Xander, the developer. He joined our Discord the other day because he's trying to talk to me so that I can find out where that other logo is. And I've just been a butthole and not got back to him yet. So I see you, Xander. I promise you, I will get up with you this week. It's just lots going down in the VR sphere in a very soon fashion. So I've been very busy lately. But no, the one of the only things that I insisted on when we were kind of talking about where to, what to do with these logos, was that this logo needed to go in this level. Like, you got to put those strangers in the night up in the nightclub. It fits too perfectly, and I was right. It looks great on that wall over there.
That's awesome.
Anyway, Scion says, I only stand in competitive games. Well, I mean, leaderboards are competitive, right? So there you go.
Every once in a while, I'll stand up. I think Batman, I stood up. I was like, I'm going to sit down, and then I punched this. And then I ended up going to the other side of the room and standing. I said, it's just too close to this swinging and hitting my OLED because it could go that far. And I was like, no, it's not happening. But
so here's the perfect example of what I was saying a moment ago about how you can go different directions. Like we went to the right path. Here now there's a path to the left or a path to the right. You can go either way. And then when you get down to the end here, there are different ways you can go. Although I think the goal is down there behind that guy.
You can catch a knife?
Yeah, you can catch the knives that they throw.
Oh, that's crazy. That's pretty good. Try that in real life. It might not go very well for you.
Speak for yourself, man.
No, that's true. Yeah, I guess some people are probably really good at it.
Anyway, this is an excellent game. It's highly rated on both platforms, and I don't think I've heard anybody play this game and say that it's not good. This is a very good game, and just a great example of a VR dev that understands how to make a good VR game. Like, this is a game that would probably suck if you played it flat, but it's great in VR, and it's all about the gameplay. The graphics are fairly minimal. The music's pretty good, but what really makes it is the minute-to-minute gameplay. So kudos to Meat Space Interactive on that. Anyways, we move along to another new release coming to all major VR platforms this month, Arizona Sunshine Remake. This is a built from the ground up remake of a VR classic. Anyone that's been following this channel for any amount of time knows my longtime love of Arizona Sunshine. And this game is cool. Roots, it's kind of like the culmination of Vertigo Games' work over the past 8 years, right? They when Arizona Sunshine came out, I mean, it was good for its time, but looking back on it, it was not the greatest looking game in the world. The weapon Physics were kind of basic. Again, good for the time, but basic by modern standards. And and then everything was janky in the original. Like the interactions were janky, the character animations were super janky. But over time, I mean, we got After the Fall, which a lot of people were disappointed about because we wanted an Arizona Sunshine sequel, and we didn't get it. But what we did get from After the Fall was a refinement on their game engine. So After the Fall allowed them to perfect, a lot of things in their engine, graphics, animations, weapon physics. They all kind of they cut their teeth on all of that stuff on After the Fall. And from that, we got what everybody wanted in the first place, the Arizona Sunshine sequel, which a lot of people loved. But now we have come full circle, Roots, and they have rebuilt their original game, the one they're still most known for, in the new engine. And I can't help but feel like this is the way that the game was always meant to be.
Absolutely. Yeah. Yeah. And I would dare to say on every platform as well. And what's funny about it, and I was not expecting this, Wes, but like I enjoyed my time I actually I'm going to go back to playing this remake more than I enjoyed Arizona Sunshine 2. I don't,
I've
maybe
heard a few people say that actually.
maybe it's the story, something. I don't know what it is. But I really liked it. It reminded me how much I liked the first one, but without all the jank, and it actually looked really good. And yeah, so I think that remaking this, and then also a big win, not charging people again for the people that had already bought it, and only having to pay $10 versus rebuy it, which I think is fair. I think that everything about this game, I would say, is positive for me.
Eric, $10, and not only do you get the original classic game, but all of the DLC that was all paid DLC for the original comes with it for that $10. So if like you're a fan of Arizona Sunshine, but you never felt like dropping the extra money to get those DLCs for about the same amount of money now, you can get a much better version of the original game and all of that DLC, which is a pretty awesome deal.
Yeah, Vertigo did it right with this one. We asked so many times for the developers to, like, if you're gonna do something like this, do it the right way. Number one, make a freaking great remaster, and they did. Like, we covered this game extensively. We went in and played multiplayer and had a blast doing it. It's such a freaking good game, and they did it right. And then to get the pricing right, and to give the bonuses back to the people who had already bought the game, and not charge them full price, because they could have, like, it's easily they could have been like, you know what, we're just it's the game. If you want it, go buy it. And they would have been fine. Or they could have put a $20 price tag on it, and people probably would have bought it. But for $9.99, I think it's a smart move for them. They're gonna get all the people that hopefully bought it, the first time, to go get it again. And then, like you said, all the DLC, it's just like a no brainer. And, like, I don't know, they did such a good job with this. I hope this is like what you see from remasters going forward. People start using this kind of like as a roadmap of how to do these things, because Vertigo nailed it here, man.
I hope the Wanderer remake is like this.
Yeah.
Like I've been a little
point.
bit scared of the Wanderer remake because it's not a zombie shooter, right? Like this formula in VR works every time. And I was saying this to you when we were playing it.
Mhm.
Like shooting zombies in VR is just fun, and it doesn't matter how many times you do it. It's just a fun thing to do. But there's none of that in Wanderer. Wanderer is a story-based puzzle game that they're remaking now, and it hasn't been out that long, and the original one was a pretty good looking game at that. So I'm hoping that Wanderer remake is like this, that it's such a leap over the original that it's just obviously that they did the right thing, right? But I don't know. I
Agreed.
guess only time will tell.
Yeah, no, I'm the same boat with you on that one. Like, they better do something different that's not the original, because if you've already been through it and you've already solved all the puzzles, You know, they got to give you something better, or otherwise, why do it?
But so this campaign is completely remade. The maps are near identical in terms of the way that they're laid out. Obviously, a big graphical boost on everything. Everything looks better, and there's new models and things that have been rebuilt for this game, or maybe even pulled from Arizona 2. But what's different are the weapons. The weapon physics are different, again, pulled straight from After the Fall. And then they've added in the melee from the sequel now, so that you've got full blown melee going on here as well. So again, it's not just like a upres. It's not just a remaster. This is a legitimate remake, even if it isn't like on the level of like some of like the Resident Evil remakes that completely, make over the game. Um, this you can still tell that you're playing Arizona Sunshine. It still feels like the same game, but it's just much better, much more polished, and it feels like a modern VR game.
It's been so long too since the original came out that it was
Mhm.
time for a remake, right? And so,
Mhm.
like for me, I haven't played it except for the one time I played through it, right? And so, when I went back into it, I was just planning on going in just a little bit to check it out. And not only did I play it on one version, I went and bought the Steam version because I didn't have access in the Steam library for some reason at that point. And so I was like, it's only $10. I don't buy games anymore typically. Very rare. I usually, if I don't have access for the show, I just don't play it. And so that for me, even if it's only $10, that means a lot. That I enjoyed the Quest version that I had played it on originally, and I was like, you know what, I want to own this on Steam, and yeah, it's just really good.
It's good. And since we are talking about PSVR version at the moment, I will add that all of the PSVR 2 bells and whistles are here. The adaptive triggers, the advanced haptics, the headset haptics, all being utilized in this game and being used well, just like the sequel. Um, Now, one thing I didn't do, as many times as I played the original Arizona Sunshine, and I played it a lot, I never really played the Horde mode in the original. Like, I'm not a big, like, wave shooter type guy just to play through a wave shooter. Like, I like to have a story, I like to go through levels. I don't typically like standing in one spot and just taking on waves of enemies. Um, but I did play it on the remake. I played Horde mode a couple of times on this version, and you and I did the original Horde mode map, Eric. But I played it another time with without parole guys, and we were in the trailer park map for that one. And what I found interesting about that is you could run through the map
Mhm.
and go into the trailers and loot them for like health and ammo. And I wasn't sure if that was something new to the remake or something you could do in the original. Do either of you remember?
I never played it, the Horde mode in the
I
original.
played very limited maps in the Horde mode of the original. I have played it, and then you could not move like that. Like, it was very much like that one map that we were in the desert, where you're locked into one area and you can't get out. So I don't remember exactly, but I don't think so. I think that's
Although
new.
honestly it was like an After the Fall.
Mm-hmm.
It was like an After the Fall Horde mode level, but it was cool because there was this risk reward thing going on where like you're running low on ammo and health, and you know that there could be stuff in the trailers. But if you go into one of those trailers and stay in there for too long and the next wave starts, then you're fucked because they will come in the trailer after you and corner you, and and you'll die pretty quick in there. So it presents a really unique scenario for one of these horde modes where you really have to decide, is it worth the risk to go in there and try to get
Mm.
some more stuff to go longer.
You know, I remember. I think there was DLC that had a horde map in it that where you were in the mines and you were like on all the wooden like walkways in the mines, and I think you could move around quite a bit in that one. Like, I don't. You couldn't. There was like no trailers or anything to go inside, but you could move. That area was large. It was much larger than that small area that we played in the desert
Right.
area. So there might have been that one, but like nothing exactly like what you're talking about, like going inside of like trailers and looting for extra stuff.
Anyway, a lot of game here. A much superior version of a game that I already loved. Um, a great game to teach beginners how to play first person VR. Like this game is so awesome because you can play through the campaign in co-op, and it, especially like the early levels, they're so slow paced
Mm-hmm.
that you can take your time and let someone learn how to walk and turn in VR. And then, you come into the first like few enemies, and the zombies move fairly slowly at first, and you can let someone learn how to shoot, and you can just hang back behind them and keep your gun out, and if the zombie gets too close to them, you can headshot them and move on to the next one. But that's what I've always loved about Arizona Sunshine, and was one of the reasons I played through the original so much, is because it's a great way to teach people how to play first person VR at their pace. So they're not getting sick, and they're not getting killed immediately and noping out of it. Um, and I got to say that I feel like the remake would be a great thing to do the same
You know what I thought
for
was
this
funny?
new
Not
generation.
playing. I didn't play with anybody. I just played by myself. But as I was putting on different hats and stuff, I just was like, "What is the point of me wearing this hat? I can't see it." But I guess like if you're playing with somebody, you could see all the different,
Right.
because there's so many different things you can interact with, and I thought that was kind of cool as well. So
Yeah, yeah, tons of hats and masks in this game. It's always been a staple of Arizona Sunshine, even back in the day,
yeah,
is that you could find these things, and it's cool. It's cool that they give you, things to look for. I like to explore these levels out, and obviously you need to do it anyway for the ammo and stuff. But it's cool that you can find other things. You can find little Easter egg items as well. I'm not going to spoil any of that, but there are definitely things that you can find in the game, objects that will have pictures and writing on them, or objects you might recognize from somewhere. So yeah, no, it's
like
just a very good game. I'm sorry, go ahead.
I was gonna say, like you said too, tons of weapons, and I mean, evidently more than I remembered, because they must have added different ones in there, right?
Yeah, they did. They did again because of the titles that came out between when the original came out and this title. Like they had two releases in the same genre in between, and that really allowed them to not only rebuild their physics system and make weapons that feel like weapons, but it also allowed them to kind of expand the arsenal, so to speak, so that you can find more stuff.
Yeah.
Anyway, a great game, a great zombie shooter. It remains the kind of standard, the gold standard for zombie shooters in VR. Um, so yeah, love it. Moving along, we have one more title to talk about. I mean, you might feel like this is a hands down win. Arizona Sunshine, such a polished, modern VR game, but we got another polished modern VR game on PlayStation VR 2 this month, and that game was Max Mustard from Toast Interactive. This game was announced for PlayStation VR quite a few months back. People excited about it from the moment that it got announced. But Eric, I feel like the hype level went to a whole other stratosphere when people found out Astrobot was not coming to PlayStation VR 2. And within a few weeks of that realization, Max Mustard hits the store, and pretty universally loved this game, I got to say.
Yeah, I mean, definitively, I think, and I know you and Roots talked quite a bit about this in one of the episodes, but, it's a great game, and I would say it's great on every platform that you're going to play it on, but I think definitively this is the one to play it on. Like, I just jumped in quickly just to look at it. I didn't play a ton of it just because I wanted to see the visuals, because I played so much of it on Quest. So I just get in, man. This game looks amazing. They did a good job upgrading this for the PlayStation. And I think if you have the choice of where to play it, I think this is where to play it for sure.
Absolutely, absolutely. Now it isn't night and day. It's a good looking game on Quest as well, but you can tell the difference, right?
Mm.
There's definitely the colors pop a lot more due to the OLED panels. The wider field of view definitely makes itself noticeable in this game, and then the dynamic lighting and shadows. Roots always adds a real layer of realism, even in a cartoony game like this. It makes it feel like you're in a more of a real space when you have that going on, and it's definitely noticeable here. Did you check this out on PlayStation?
Yeah, yeah. Well, what's funny is you wouldn't think, or at least when you like try to logically think about it, you're like, how much difference could it make? Well, I mean, in real life, you've got shadows and like you've got real lighting and shadows, right? So like anything that can, we're always talking about immersion, right? So even in a cartoony game, having the lighting be more like real life, with shadows and dynamic lighting is going to make a difference. And yeah, I think what you were saying is true, that this is amazing on every platform, but definitely was amazing on this one because of the colors as well. So
Yeah, and just a good game in general. Obviously, there's more than visual upgrades here. You have the sense controllers and the haptics and all of that as well, adding to the immersion. But this is a great game just in general, and I think that's kind of the bottom line here with this one is like this is a quality platformer. I think it's a firm number 2 at this point in terms of VR platformers. Obviously, Astrobot Rescue Mission being the gold standard. But you know what? You don't have Astrobot Rescue Mission on
right,
modern VR platforms. That is lost to the sands of time on a platform that no one really plays on anymore. So in terms of what the VR platforms that people actually play in 2024, this is pretty much the best you can do. Um, Eric, not only a very polished minute to minute gameplay with this game, but a ton of content here. 3 worlds with or 3 realms that we're talking about here, each of them with like 15 or 20 different levels in them, complete with boss fights, complete with unlockable abilities and items. Um, talk about that a little bit. Like this is kind of a cool take on like a common mechanic for platformers. Like most platformers have you collecting things like coins or rings or what have you, but this game gives you a use for those other than just getting an extra man every now and then. You actually spend those coins to buy new items and abilities.
Yeah, which is cool. Which is, again, you don't normally see that type of thing here. So I definitely think that's, a unique way that they did that. And I love having progression like in a platformer is super cool. Like you just don't see it enough. It adds depth to the game. It gives you purpose for some of these things. Like, why am I going to do these things? Why am I going to grab these things? Because a lot of times I'll be like, do I really need to go over to that other platform and grab those coins? You know what I mean? What are they really going to do for me other than me being a completionist and wanting to get them all? So when you have like, okay, I need to go over and get those, it's not just about another extra life when I already have 80, and this game's not that hard. So if they did it that way, would you care if it was only about getting you extra lives? I mean, it's not one of the harder like platformers you're ever going to play. So yeah, so I think it does give you, reason to go and explore the level, to go over and go out of your way a little bit. And that can add a little bit of like, challenge to it, because maybe you're going to a spot where you'd end up dying a little bit because, you had to go get that extra coin, and then you end up dying in a spot and you have to go back and repeat it again. So yeah, I think it was super unique. I do have one small problem with this game. And
Yep.
so the only thing I have a question with, and this was a question I had with Toast when they did this on Quest. They gave away this game for like 90% off, right? So
Yeah.
here's the only thing I have, like, and I don't know if this is a case for a PlayStation user, but like, is anybody pissed off that they're gonna have to go pay $30 for this game now? Like when they gave it pretty much almost for free to every Quest user for a period of time, and like, if you were a Quest user and you did have it and you got it for almost nothing, are you gonna go get it now on here? Like, is there enough visual upgrade for you to go, to make it worth it? So basically it's just a question of, I don't understand. I don't know if this is the case or not, but I wonder if Toast is like a little bit disappointed now that they did that, that little 90% off stunt, because I just don't know if it hurts them here or not.
Yeah, I don't think so. I don't think that it hurt them. Not because of any kind of speculation on my part, but because I know that this is one of the rare instances where a game has outsold on PlayStation VR 2 what it did on Quest. Even with that 90% off, I'm pretty sure that they've sold more copies of this on PlayStation VR 2, which blows my mind because you know as well as I do how much bigger the install base is on Quest, which I don't know why this game didn't do big numbers on Quest. There was good enthusiasm for it in the VR community. Everyone was aware when it came out. But for whatever reason, I mean, they marked it down to 90% off for a reason. That's because
Right.
nobody bought it before that. But it didn't seem to hurt them on PlayStation. Like, I think everybody that has a PlayStation VR 2 bought this game. And it did very, very well on PlayStation.
Yeah, I just
Which is
wonder,
good.
maybe none of them knew. Like maybe this, because I think there's a lot of PlayStation owners that just don't own a Quest, right? That's
Right.
not their ecosystem. So maybe they don't even know about it.
E-
So
Even
there's
if
nothing
they
to be pissed off
knew,
if you don't know.
even if they knew, you don't. I mean, it's a different platform. Being pissed off about it, if you want to play it, you have to pay $30 because that's what it costs. You know what I mean? Like it so it just becomes kind of a non-issue for them because if you want to play it, that's what you're going to pay.
Yeah,
Which,
no, I just didn't know if they were like, well, when's my discount coming, right? Like, so for me, I'd be like, okay, am I gonna wait now? Because maybe they'll do the same thing here and they'll rock it on a super discount or something like that. So I just, but it sounds like what you're saying is the case, Wes, and I know they did sell very well on PlayStation. But yeah, I just didn't. I was wondering if it actually hurt them at all. Because I don't know what if I would have done it. Like I'm like, would I buy it again for $30 now? Right? This isn't a $15 game. This is a $30 game.
Tech says
Luke,
he wouldn't have. So that he's one person that in the chat that wouldn't have rebought it on PlayStation because he already owned it on Quest.
Looper says, I got pissed off that this promo brought them where they are with the layoffs. I mean, yeah, that is true. They did lay off a lot of their studio, but that's just kind of a
Game's done.
a fact of life of game dev.
Right.
When you have a smaller team like this, you can't afford to keep everyone on in between projects. And that's kind of where they're at now. They're in between projects. Like, I'm sure when they get ready to do a new title, they'll hire, people back in. But now they're in the kind of support phase where they're going to support this and, and continue to polish it and maybe bring some new content to it over the next few years. But, yeah, so I get it. It's unfortunate, but I'm sure that they didn't like having to lay people off, but that's unfortunately just part of the game. And Looper also points out that when they said that they did better on PlayStation than Quest, it wasn't number of copies sold; it was revenue. So I'd say that having that discount code probably played a significant role in on that, right? Because every copy that they sell on PlayStation, they made 10 times the revenue of the copies that they sold on Quest. So that makes sense. Anyway, it's a great game. I do feel like you touched on something else there, Eric, that is my only gripe with the game, and that is that it is kind of easy. Like, I think one of the coolest thing about playing a good platforming game is that after you get on in it a little bit. It's not easy. It's something that you have to try at. But the fact is that there's no game over. There's no fail state here. So while it's true that when you get deeper into the game, some of the sections are more challenging and you do have to repeat to practice and get good enough to get through, there's never any penalty for failing too many times. You can't fail too many times. And that is a negative for me. I feel like if it were a little bit more difficult, that it would be an even better game.
Wasn't it that the case for Astrobot though? There was no real. I mean, it might have gotten harder, but there was no penalty for dying as well. Correct? Or am I remembering?
I don't remember. It's been so long since I played that I don't remember. But that game had some legit fucking tough spots in it. I do remember that.
Because I know that if the new flat version is anything like the VR version, which I'm pretty sure it is, there's no like the levels get really difficult, but they're not. You can just keep trying them over and over and over again. There's no real penalty to dying outside of you got to redo it.
Well, if that's true, then they should have done it too.
Yeah.
I don't remember, to be honest. Anyways, that's going to wrap up PlayStation VR 2 for the month. So we've got some solid games in here. I would say we have 4 solid Game of the Month nominees. I would not put Phasmophobia in. It's too janky. And then same thing goes for Whitewater. Even though I didn't play it, obviously it still needs a bit of polish as well. But I would say Metal Hellsinger, Vendetta Forever, Arizona Sunshine Remake, and Max Mustard are all legitimate, like, good games that have a chance at being called Game of the Month. The question is, what was the Game of the Month? Roots, what say you?
Between it's this one or Arizona Sunshine for me. Those are the two that I really enjoyed, and I felt like they were on that level of Game of the Month. Vendetta was as well, but I just feel like these ones are a little bit more.
I'll agree with that. I would say it comes down to those two for me. Would you go that far, Eric, to say that it's probably between Max Mustard and Arizona Sunshine Remake?
Not for me. Max is great, but I don't think it's on the level of Vendetta Forever. I really like that game a lot. I would say it's going to be Arizona Sunshine Remaster and Vendetta Forever for me.
Interesting. Well, I'm putting a poll out to the chat here just to see what they think about this.
Well, while you do that, Chris Richardson says this looks pretty challenging to him. And yeah, I mean, I'll tell you what, we take for granted, Wes, that we're really good at platformers and we've played, you know what I mean? Like,
that's true.
I just zip through these things, but for some people, like, there's a lot of jumping and a lot of crazy stuff going on in this thing. But
it's not Ven. It's not Ven VR Adventure. That's
Ven
sure.
was
it's
actually
more like Lucky's
very
Tale,
difficult.
If you're looking at difficulty level, trying to figure out like where this sits, I would say it probably sits
somewhere between.
It's maybe a little more difficult than Lucky's Tale, maybe.
Yeah, it's in between, I think.
Yeah, it's probably definitely more difficult than Lucky's Tale. Lucky's Tale was like a kid's game compared to this. Yeah, I think just the polish is so good on this, and again, the amount of levels and the variety in levels and gameplay mechanics really make it a must-own game. The problem is that we have multiple must-own games on the platform this month, which I guess is
it's not a problem. Yeah, it's a good problem to have, right?
Yeah. So I don't know. It's tough for me. I feel like I would probably go with Arizona Sunshine myself, but I'm biased. Like, it's one of my favorite games ever, and it's a genre that I love. But I feel like of all the games on our list for PlayStation this month, this is the best example of a modern VR game, which is odd because it's literally a 2016 game being remade for VR. But I love it. I think it's I think it's the gold standard for zombie shooters. Now, again, I don't consider like Saints and Sinners like a pure zombie shooter. Like this is a zombie shooter.
Right.
There's so much more going on with Saints and Sinners, but if you're talking about games that you're going in and your primary goal is to shoot zombies, you can't do better than Arizona Sunshine Remake. So that's probably going to be my vote for PlayStation VR Game of the Month.
I'd have to agree for me as well. And this is why, like, I literally played it on a platform. I played for like I meant to go in for like 15 minutes in the Quest version just to check it out, and ended up playing like an hour and a half, and then immediately went and bought the remake on the Steam version so that I could play a better version of it even than what I was playing. And I feel like it's better than its sequel. You know what I mean? It's just really good.
I need to finish that sequel, and I probably
good.
will, just so that I can have that frame of reference when I play finish
It's
playing
good.
through the remake.
I didn't want to finish it, and that's how I know that I don't think it's as good. I just didn't. I got so far and I got bored. I went into an 8-year-old game and wanted to continue to play, and I was like, okay, there's something about this game. I've already played through it, and I want to play it again. You know what I mean? I just that tells me more. It's like a bad movie. You play a bad or watch a bad movie and you don't make it through half of it, and then I know that okay, I didn't want to finish it. You know what I mean? Like that tells me more than finishing a game and saying, okay, now I've played the full thing and I can give a better answer. I feel like not wanting to play something tells me more, for me anyway.
Well, see, for me, it wasn't that I didn't want to go back to it. It wasn't the reason I didn't finish it. Because honestly, I've probably put enough time into the game to have finished it by now. The thing with me is I think I've played it with 4 or 5 different people, and every time that I played with somebody else, I started the thing over.
Mm.
So like I've played the first half of this game like 3, 4, 5 times, and just never went back with any of those people or by myself to finish it. But I really enjoyed the remake. Or the sequel. The only thing I didn't like about the sequel was they really made it too easy to keep ammo. Like there was just fucking ammo everywhere, which completely defeats the purpose of scavenging anything. Now they did patch it, and it's definitely better now than it was. But I still feel like they could even have reduced it even more and made it more challenging. Anyways, Eric, Root says Arizona Sunshine Remake. I say Arizona Sunshine Remake. The chat says Arizona Sunshine Remake. What say you?
Yeah, so I had Vendetta Forever as my second game, but it's not even close for me. Like, Arizona Sunshine Remake is the best game that I played on this platform by far. Like, I don't even think it's close. Like, I think they did an amazing job. Like, it's like, especially if you've never played this game before.
Oh
like,
yeah.
if you've never played the original, and there's a lot of people out there that haven't. this is like a brand new game, man. It's like it's as good as any new game that could come out. Like Wes said, this came out in 2016. Like, and then now that with the new animations, the new weapon physics in here, the original story is still freaking great. It's just great. Like for us replaying it, it's amazing. And then every new person that hasn't played it yet, this is great. So to me, that's not even close.
And you guys had a lot of fun playing it together, right? The multiplayer.
Yeah.
We had a blast. Yeah.
Yeah, it was great. I look for you. Say you want to go back into it, dude. Hit me up. I'd be down to jump into it with you anytime. I'm going to be playing it anyway, so we might as well do it together.
Same me. I'm in.
Yep. Anyways, we move along to PCVR. A lot of talk these days about how PCVR never gets any releases. That's not true. Anybody that watches our channel knows that PCVR gets its fair share of releases, both multi-platform and exclusives. And the first game I want to talk about this month actually is, at least currently, a PC exclusive, I believe. Vestiges Fallen Tribes. Now, full disclosure, right off the top, this will not be game of the month. I found out after I put this on our list that this is an early access title, which means it's automatically disqualified. This game won't be able to win game of the month until it comes out of early access and becomes a full, um, a full release on Steam. But I still wanted to leave it in here and talk about it, because the developers were kind enough to give us review access to the game, and we never covered it on launch. So I did want to spend a few minutes to talk about it here, because there aren't that many of these type of games in the VR catalog, and especially modern VR releases. Like we got some of these like real-time strategy games in the early days, but we really haven't had many since then. So I guess we'll start with you, Roots. Did you play Vestiges, and if so, what did you think about
I
it?
went into it. It's not my type of game, but I thought it was cool. I like the. Well, first off, I started it and I was like, "Oh, this is actually flat as well," because it started flat, and then I had to
Yep.
restart it and realize that I have to start it in OpenXR. So I thought that was kind of cool because I'm one of those weird people that would love games to come out flat and VR together, so we could bring the flat people into VR and like get a whole new crowd of money, and for these developers, it's crazy, right?
Yeah.
But I thought it was
Nice.
super cool that the table, that and just the way that it's set up, watching everything battle and stuff. I probably didn't get in there as far as you guys did. I don't know. But I just thought it's definitely something that is really cool in VR, that especially as a kid, you're playing something like this, you're like, oh man, I wish I could just see it all come to life, right in front of me. And you kind of get to do that, right? But yeah, this isn't typically my type of jam, with cards and all the strategy to it. But I thought it was pretty cool.
Yeah, same here. This isn't the type of game that I typically play, and certainly not the type of game that I would typically put a headset on for. This is a card-based strategy game where each of your cards is a different type of troop for your army, and you're defending against the enemy's army, and you can see some of how they're set up, and then other things are a surprise to you, and you're basically deploying through playing your cards, your men onto the board to try to defend. And I think each match is like 5 rounds or something. So you don't want to play all your cards at once. You want to hold some of them and strategically decide when to use them. Um, but Eric, even in its early access state, I'd say the one thing that really stuck out the most to me about this game was the level of polish on it. This is from Wannadev Studio, if I'm not mistaken. The studio that brought us Propagation, the studio that brought us Ragnarok, and now they're bringing us Vestiges Fallen Tribes. Did you check out this game, Eric? And if so, what were your impressions of it?
I did. I love this game. This game is super cool. I am into these deck building type of games, and I think they can really, and they're getting super popular. Have you guys heard of a game like Balatro? I mean, they're these deck building like card games are super popular now, and like there's thousands, hundreds of thousands of people playing them. And when you get one like this, where you can have it in virtual reality and actually see the things map out in front of you, I think it's super cool. Like I like the idea what Wannadev is trying to do here. Now it's still early, and I think there's more to be done. And I do hope that they do go all the way with it, because now it almost feels like, I don't know how far you went into this, but it almost feels like it's halfway. Like they were like the VR almost feels a little tacked on. But again, it's early access, so they're probably going to do more with it. But I think card games in VR, especially popular card games that are on Steam, I think could be really, and if you do them well in VR, I think they could be really, really good. So this is a genre that I think you'll see more of, and if they get this right and flesh this out a little bit more, I think this could be like a sleeper kind of hit kind of game. But um,
Yeah,
yeah,
you're
I think
definitely right.
it's
There's
cool.
definitely an audience for it. Like, while it's not my thing, I got to imagine that someone like Radio Rump, for example,
Mm,
would look at this and say, you know what, I wouldn't mind giving that a try. Now, I did kind of get the same vibe that you did, that this is obviously an early access game. It did seem a little empty in some ways, and a little shallow in some ways, but not because the game itself was, but maybe the VR implementation could have been a bit more immersive. But with that said, I love how large the board is. Like, this is like a huge table, right? And which means that there's a lot of different possibilities for how you can play your cards and how things can play out for you. But again, I didn't play it very much. Like, I put maybe 45 minutes into checking it out. Maybe an hour. I might have played it for an hour, but I didn't play super deep into it. And it could very well be the case that if you put a lot of time into this, that you as you build your deck up and unlock things, it could really fill in a lot of the gaps that I'm seeing right now. So
Chris Richardson says this is his jam. How much is this game? Do you know?
It's actually on sale right now. Early access sale. It's 20% off if you buy it before November 20th. Let me just double check that, but I think I did see that. Hang on.
Oh, you got 3 days. Well, actually 2. Almost.
I think it was this one. Let me just double check. What was this called again?
Vestiges.
Yeah, it's $11.99. It's 20% off if you buy it before November 20th, which is my birthday.
Oh, nice. Well, happy early birthday.
Thanks. Yeah, $11.99, regularly $14.99.
That's a fair price too for early access.
Really,
and
oh yeah.
Yeah, $12. You can play it flat. You can play it in VR. It says cross-platform multiplayer, online player versus player, or you can play it by yourself, single player.
You know who loves to play by herself?
My mom.
Yeah, a little too much. Just gotta slap her hand, say stop it.
Like, get out of there.
Yeah, what are you doing?
No,
I actually bought this game, Wes. I knew it was in the library, but like, I feel bad about Wanted Dev. I kind of kill them sometimes about propagation. So, I'm going to support them. I'm going to buy it. And I'm like, I saw it on sale, and I'm like, I'm just going to buy it because I thought it looked cool. So I did.
Yeah, it's your jam. Yeah, it's your kind of jam. So why not?
Yep. So,
and it's reasonable.
There you go, Wanted Dev. I actually bought it, and I didn't have to.
Now we can possibly do player versus player. We could.
Oh yeah,
you guys could.
Anyway.
I didn't think about that. That's cool.
I like Roots. Roots, you guys could.
That's it. Now Roots, you have to do it.
I got my fill of it. I don't know. I just thought this isn't my type of game at all. Like, but I did see. I don't know. My thing is, my inner child of like playing games when I was a kid. If I had played this, that's what I would have been thinking. How cool would it be if I could actually see everything moving? You see it on the screen, but it's not the same as like being there and watching everything run and fight. And I just think it's really cool. It's a cool concept. And for somebody like Mash or like Chris Richardson, I think it's really cool,
Yeah.
I was a huge Risk fan growing up. Like even like in college, like every once in a while, like and we lived in a dorm. We would just like break out Risk and get drunk and play Risk for hours. Like, I don't know, and that always like appealed to me. Like, can you imagine if this was like 3D or you were able to see all these moving pieces as you do them?
See, that's where
kind of reminds me of that.
That's where I think what Wes was saying with like these well-known IPs, like bring Risk into VR, let people play the game that they've always loved, and then watch everything fight. And like I remember playing back Battle Chess or something on the Commodore 64 or something, and watching, even though just watching the thing kill the other piece was super cool as a kid. And so I think Risk would be a perfect game to bring into VR or anything like it, right? So, and you already have an audience of people that love it.
Actually, one of the titles that we're going to be talking about a little bit later kind of fits the definition there. So
yeah,
it's interesting that you say that. Anyway, but moving along for PCVR, we'll take just a moment here to point out that Metal Hellsinger launched on Steam this month as well. Everything that we said about it earlier definitely applies here. And I will point out that this is probably the best looking version of the game is on PC. Now, obviously, next to the PlayStation version, you're going to pay a price for that little bit of extra visual fidelity. You're going to lose those haptics. and those triggers, which are actually pretty significant in a game like this that is all about the rhythm. Being able to feel that rhythm makes a difference. But if you're all about the visuals and wanting games to look as crisp and detailed as they possibly can, then Steam is probably the place that you want to play Metal Hellsinger VR. So then we move on to another title that is a multi-plat being ported into the Steam library this month, and that game is Silent Slayer: Vault of the Vampire. So what I will say, kind of off the top here, is that I did not play this on Steam. I've played the game. I've played it a few times actually on Quest, but I have not tried out the PC version. But that's okay. I've seen footage, and I honestly don't know if there's any difference at all playing this on PC. So I guess I'll start with you, Eric, just to ask: have you played this on PC?
I did not.
Okay. All right. So I don't think we're missing out on much here in terms of again playing it on one platform versus the next. It looked pretty much like a straight port to me. So I feel like we can definitively talk about this game, unless someone in the chat wants to correct me, even having just played it on Quest. And I think this is a really cool concept. I think that it's a very unique game. This type of roots. I mean, people call this a puzzle game. It's not really a puzzle game, is it?
No, I mean, it kind of tells you to move your hand and do different things to be able to spike them through. I wouldn't call it a puzzle game. I mean, it's definitely unique. It's a unique concept. Probably looked better on the PC version, but my problem is I played it on the Quest and I didn't go back to it for a reason, because it's just not something that I wanted to play again. And not that it's bad, but for somebody that loves this type of game, I just felt like, it's just not. I just didn't enjoy it enough to want to play it on another version, not to have it look better, So,
Eric, I think that so the concept here is, for those of you that don't know, this is kind of a precision movement game, I would call it, kind of like playing the board game Operation, but playing it in VR. You can't really call it a puzzle game. You don't have to figure anything out. The game tells you exactly what to do. The challenge is doing it and being careful enough with it not to, make the wrong movement. And we're talking about a game of millimeters here in terms of some of the precision for some of the movement. It's you have to be very precise. But anyway, Eric, like, I think that the concept that they've come up with here is actually a good concept. It fits for VR. I think they did a good job of creating like a uncomfortable atmosphere. The jump scares are pretty good, even though you know that they're coming after a while. Like they still cause you to jump a little bit. I just think that what really is holding this back from being like a great game versus just a good game is the scope of the game. Like you're literally just doing the same thing over and over and over again, with each level them adding kind of a new like facet into what you're doing, but it's all still the same kind of stuff, right?
Yeah, I mean, and I agree that, like, I think the whole vampire part of this makes it unique, and I think that's one of the coolest aspects of this game. These bomb defusal type games work in VR, and I think if you put a good story behind it, it can be super cool and it can be creepy and it can be fun. And this is a good game that I like, but I think they could have done a little bit better. Like, I think if they made it to the point where you just didn't just move from vampire to vampire, and they actually, like, they warp you from vampire to vampire, but if you had to, like, maybe traverse a castle and, like, move, and then you had
Find
some
it.
traps you had to get
Yeah.
through, or find it. Yeah. Have a device where you, or have, like, give you clues where you've got to go find the next one, or, like you said, traps that you have to maneuver around to get to a certain crypt area. Just something in between those things to break up the monotony of whatever that one thing is that you're doing, which is that bomb defusal thing. Because basically, that's all you do is you warp from vampire to vampire, and there's nothing really in between. There is a little bit of a story here, which is different and kind of cool and stuff like that. But I just think and this is good. Don't get me wrong. Like, I think this is a buyable and a game that is interesting. And if you like these types of games, you should
Yeah.
definitely buy it. It's just that they could have done a little bit better.
Yeah, it's fun to play. It's a good game. I would call it average, maybe even slightly above average in terms of quality and polish. But you're absolutely right. Like each one of these vampire levels should have been a whole castle, and you should have been exploring the castle to find the items that you're going to need to kill the vampire. Like, each vampire has like a different variation on what you need to do to kill it, and you need different items to do these things. And when you need a different item, it just magically appears on your table.
Yeah.
The voice, the narrator voice just puts it on your table and tells you about it. Where what you should be doing is exploring a castle, finding these items, reading to try to find out where the master's chambers are, make your way there, and then what would you actually play in the Silent Slayer game, right as it is right now. Each one of these levels should be the boss fight at the end of the castle.
Right.
What that would make this a great game instead of just a good to very good game. But it is good. Shell always does quality work. Everything's always polished with them, and they did a good job here as well. There's some noobs in the chat here. Bob Loblaw joining us, as is Cubo92. What's up? Virtual Slapfoo is here. Zyal is here. Thomas McNostril, Thomas Richards. Thanks for joining. Jamie Murphy, Wild Hour, the Game Cat. Thanks for stopping by, everyone. But no, a good game. Good, not great, I would say. So moving along, we're going to wrap up PCVR pretty quickly here, as we have two more nominees. Both of them we've already talked about. Max Mustard hit Steam this month. Again, another one I didn't play on Steam. What I would assume here is that we have something that looks fairly identical to the PlayStation version, but without the haptics and the extra field of view. All right, which I guess you get the field of view if you use your PlayStation VR to play PC games. But I didn't feel the need to play this again on PC or bother to email Richie and ask for another key here just so that we could play the same game a third time. It's a great game, and I would assume that it's just as great on Steam, and we'll just kind of leave it at that. And then we move to our final nominee, which is Arizona Sunshine Remake. And I feel like if we're becoming kind of a broken record here, Roots, whereas the game the game definitely looks better on Steam than it does on PlayStation. Not a lot, but a noticeable amount. I think the biggest thing about it is that on PlayStation, there's some reprojection that you don't get in Steam. So there's that, and then obviously if you're using like a MetaQuest 3, for example, the picture's a bit more crisp on Steam. But it comes at a price, right? Like with everything else on PlayStation, you're losing those adaptive triggers, you're losing those advanced haptics. So again, it's just all about what's important to you. The important thing is that this game is just as great on PC as it is on PlayStation. And I think it's for that reason that we have a pretty easy game of the month decision here for us for PCVR. I guess I'll start with you this time, Eric. Eric, do you disagree with anything I just said?
None. This is, again, I think this one's pretty easy for me. I'm going Arizona Sunshine on this one too. Not really close, I don't think.
Yeah, it's a little bit easier on PC, wouldn't you say, Roots? Even though not completely, because we do still have Max Mustard here, which is great here. I'm assuming as well. But I know for a fact that Arizona Sunshine Remake is great on PC.
Yeah, this was the best version that I played of this game. It just looked phenomenal and everything. And I was trying to figure out if there was more zombies in the Quest than in the Quest version. Like when you hit trigger those things and just tons of zombies come out, because there was a lot in this I actually went further on the Steam version. I just had a lot of fun playing through it, and I don't think I played through the DLCs. I'm actually kind of excited to. I don't get that way about many VR games these days, to actually play through the different DLCs, because there was some jank that came with the OG version, and I'm pretty sure I finished the main campaign, but I don't think I'd played the DLCs. So yeah, I think this is the best version in my opinion, for the reasons you said with reprojection and stuff. Although, because this is my thing, I love haptics. I love everything that haptics and triggers add to it. But if the visuals, like, my thought is if I saw reprojection or Mira or whatever the issue is on a specific platform, in real life, I would go to the doctor and think, oh my God, something's fucked up. Like, what is wrong with me? I shouldn't be seeing reprojection. So there's certain things visually that will pull me out of immersion wise way more than the haptics and adaptive triggers add. And you know what I mean? And so many people are so wrapped up in that immersion. The biggest immersion breaker to me is visual. If the visual looks something that oh yeah, that's right, I'm in VR. When I turn and I see reprojection, that starts to become a no bueno situation for me. As immersion wise, I can get past it, and yeah, people will say, oh well, you just stop noticing it. Like I don't. I just that it's the number one thing that will pull me out of an experience is visuals.
So for me, it varies from game to game. So I agree with what you're saying here for the most part, but it's different on different levels from game to game, and that's largely depends on how much you can notice it on the PlayStation version. Like, for example, like I wouldn't consider the Mira on this to be bad at all.
No, it wasn't. But Metro, on the other hand.
But Metro, which was also from Vertigo Games, it's terrible, Like, it's very noticeable and takes you out of the game constantly on Metro.
Yeah.
Anyway, Mickey Barrios siding in the chat. What's up, Mickey? Thanks for joining. Good to see you. No brainer here. I don't even think we need to do a poll. I think we just did this poll and we saw how it came out. So I'm going to just go ahead and call this the winner on platform 2 of 3.
Looper says there's reprojection in real life. Just try moving your hand very quickly in front of your eyes. But that's the thing. A lot of times it's not very quickly. It's just turning and it's reprojection. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah, if I do this, yeah, you're going to see, I guess what you would consider reprojection or whatever. But in real life, I know it's real life. You know what I mean? It's different when you're in that headset. Visually, I just don't want anything pulling me out of it. You know what I mean? Like it's, and I'm not saying that Arizona Sunshine on PlayStation VR 2 was like crazy reprojection. I'm just saying that, reprojection to me in general is just a no bueno situation. Same thing with micro stutters or anything that isn't normal in real life. I don't like it. I like the visual clarity.
We don't talk about micro stutters here, you son of a bitch.
Never.
Yeah.
Ever.
Anyway, let's move along to Quest platform, because we need to get started on it. Because man, what a month Quest had. They launched a new headset in October, and Eric, you could tell, right? There were multiple releases, 4 and 5 of them each week in October, of notable VR games. Again, we've got 10 of them nominated. There were 10 or more that I didn't even put on here. Just a crazy month, maybe the craziest month that we've seen on Quest thus far.
No, I agree. Like, this could be the all-time, busiest month or highest quality month of Quest games to ever be released. Like I don't remember anything quite like this recently, where you had this many games, and then the majority of them are really good. Like, and then you have a couple that are like maybe all-time greats.
So we start off Roots with exactly what you were talking about a moment ago, about a real life card game, a deck-based card game coming into VR. And I decided to cover this month, and I accepted the key for it, primarily because this is a big hit in my house in real life. We have Exploding Kittens, the card game here, and my kids have loved it for years. So when I saw that this was coming to VR, I was just like, no brainer. We got to check this out. With that said, I didn't get into this game until today. I just haven't had time to fool with it since they sent me the key. But I did jump into it today, and I got to say, I was surprised at just how well done and polished this thing is. Like, this is a very polished experience that I don't know what I was expecting, but um, this is a really well done VR game. They've really taken the concept that the card game started and adapted it into a VR format that makes sense. And you're not playing cards in this game. You're sitting around a table like you're playing cards, but all the things that you would be doing with the cards in real life, it's all done with your hands and with real objects. There's a box with like ping pong balls in it. Most of the balls open up to give you some type of item that you can use strategically. You know, some of them will let you skip a turn. Some of them will let you steal things from another player. Of course, there are things in there that let you defuse the cat. But one of those balls in there, at least one of them, is going to be the cat. And the cat explodes within a few seconds if you pick it. So the point of the game is to not get blown up. And again, by playing what in real life would have been cards in the game, what are different items strategically, you can ambush other people. You can kind of just try to survive longer and outlast everyone. There's a number of different strategies that you can take to this thing. But I was really impressed with just how polished and well thought out this was. And I'm sure my kids are going to love it.
Did you explore the social hub?
I did not.
Yeah,
explore the social hub.
This is clearly a multiplayer game, and that's where my problem was. I kind of went into it just for a bit, and I would agree with everything you said. It's super polished. I didn't know. I don't even know that this was a card game. I didn't have any concept of any of that. My kids are, in their 20s, so they're not playing games like this anymore. But if they were little, I guarantee they would have played it, and that would have been a lot cooler for me. And everything that I went around and was looking at, I was like, well, this is clearly a multiplayer game that you're supposed to like socially be hanging out and doing different stuff with people. So I guarantee it would be a lot more than what I saw it was, at least initially, without you explaining that. It just seemed like another game where there was a bunch of different mini games, darts and basketball and different things. So I kind of wrote it off as just that.
Yeah.
So
I didn't even mess with any of that stuff. That's all just stuff they put in the space for you to kill time. So full disclosure, I only played this on classic mode. I didn't try like the duel or any of the other alternative game modes. And I didn't play against real people. I played against bots. But the bots, behaved pretty much like you would expect real players to behave. They use their items in the ways that they should have used their items, and they ambushed you and stole things from you just like real people would do. So the AI is actually pretty good in this. Eric, did you get a chance to check this game out, and are you familiar with this franchise at all?
I am 100% on board with Roots. I had no idea what this was. It's a Saber game who's doing this, I guess, which is cool. But I had no idea that this was a thing. And I played it very briefly. I did watch a video so I could see more multiplayer. It does look fun. It does in the headset. It looks cool. But I don't have enough in this to really comment totally. Like, I didn't get into a multiplayer match either. I did watch VR Central's video on this just so I get an idea of like how it worked and reacted, and if people were having fun in the multiplayer, and it did seem like they were having a blast. So I do see the appeal here for this, but probably not for me.
Well, Looper
That's
says.
why.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Sorry, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, Looper says that it's pretty popular among his colleagues, 25 to 40. That's my problem. I'm 50, so I'm outside. I'm outside of that window there, Looper.
You just missed it.
I just missed it by about 10 years. But I know it seems like it would be fun from what you were saying.
That was good. Much better than I expected. You know, like I said, I wasn't expecting much with it. I think because not many people were talking about it. Like, you haven't heard anybody in the VR space really talk about this. I didn't even know that Wise had done a video on it, Eric, until you just said that. But it makes sense with his audience. This is probably a pretty popular title. But I hadn't heard many people talking about it, so I kind of had low expectations of it, and got in, and there was like no jank. And even though it was cartoony, everything looked really good, and there were a lot of different like activities and items and things in it. And most importantly, the minute-to-minute gameplay was very well fleshed out, and really, it really translated to VR much better than I expected. I came in expecting to actually be, holding the cards and playing them like you would in real life, but now they're doing it in VR, and here's a little animation to go with each little thing that you're doing. But no, they completely adapted the game to where there's no cards involved with it, which is really cool.
So you're gonna play it with your kids? Because you say they play the game, right? Anyway, so I think it'd be pretty cool. Yeah, and they probably really like
play
it.
with my kids. My wife, when she found out I was playing this earlier, she's like, "Oh, do we have it on all the headsets? What do we need to do?" I was like, "Well, we probably need to buy another copy or two of it." And she's like, "Yeah, we need to do that now."
No, that's cool.
So that we can all get in there and play. I mean, we've got enough headsets here that everyone can play it,
That's cool.
So yeah, very impressed with this game. So kudos to Saber Interactive. I don't know why I'm surprised that Saber did a great job on this. They're a very multi-talented studio. So, Chatty chiming in on this one says you can play yourself with bots if you want to join in the game. Yeah, that's what I did. Chatty also says that it's a very fun game and that there's always people playing it, which is a big plus with multiplayer games. It's good to be able to get in there and get a game going when you need to. So yeah, good strong start for Quest this month with Exploding Kittens VR. But we move along to another game, another multiplayer game that you can play alone or with friends. And probably the biggest surprise for me in VR this month was just how good and how much I enjoyed playing Into Black. And not because I didn't expect it to be good. Obviously, we've been hyped on this since it got announced. We brought you all, the viewers, a lot of details about this game before anyone else had them, just because the studio was so kind to share with us some things ahead of announcing them. So we were pretty hyped on this thing from the very get-go. But just getting in and playing this game with friends, it's been great every time. And I've played it probably 4 or 5 times now with different people each time. And every time has been better than the last. And I absolutely love this game. Eric, this is one of those games that it does a lot of the things that people in our community love. Like, a lot of people liken this game to a game like Dungeons of Eternity, although it's different in a lot of ways. Obviously, this isn't like a melee combat game. This is a more of an exploration game with like shooting based combat. But a lot of the progression's the same. They have chests in here that you can find. The maps are laid out in a similar way to a game like what was the game I just said?
Dungeons of Eternity.
Dungeons of Eternity. Yeah, the maps are long and sprawling the same way that they are in that game. You can find chests to unlock items that and grow your inventory just like that game. But the one thing that really sets this apart from a game like that is the fact that this has a written story campaign, that it isn't just running missions and running through maps for the sake of collecting. In this, you're actually you have that progression, but you also have a story campaign that you're playing through, and that has kept me hooked on this game. And I absolutely love it. I probably spent more time in this game than any other this month. um, what did you think about Into Black?
I think this is one of my all-time favorite games, like literally, and I haven't even played multiplayer yet. Like, I just love this game. Like, it reminds me so much of Deep Rock Galactic, that like, and I love that game. And for what it is, and like, this game is great. Like, and I'm just surprised that, I mean, there are people talking about it, but not enough. Like, there's just not. It's like one of those games where it's like, okay, it's got a little bit of people, a little bit of fanfare, a few people talking about it, but like, everybody should be talking about this game. This was like, I don't know. This is a game that, like, if you're a Dungeons Eternity fan, you should be playing this game, like, guaranteed. Like, if you're a multiplayer fan, and you like, co-op games, you should be playing this game. If you like mining in any way, or like going through sci-fi stories, you should be playing this game. Like, there's so many things here that are great. And then that's not even to get into the mechanics and the gameplay flow, and like the enemies types. I mean, there's so much to like here.
Roots, this game is, I think, pretty close to what I wanted No Man's Sky to be in terms of gameplay. Obviously, No Man's Sky is on a different level in terms of like graphical fidelity, and like the scope of the universe that you're in is on a whole other level. But in terms of the gameplay, like, this is what I wanted from No Man's Sky. I wanted No Man's Sky to put me through a story campaign the way that this game puts me through a story campaign. What did you think about Into Black?
I think it's got everything that a growing boy needs. Everything that anybody that wants to play a game like this would want, right? Like, and the progression alone, just the way that everything matters. Like, you want to mine everything. It's not annoying. It's like, I need to mine all this stuff because you're unlocking super cool things, platforms, being able to put platforms and hooks to get up to them, and triple jumps Wes has, and like, you know what I mean? Like, there's just, every time you turn around, you're getting something new, and you're like, okay, well, what am I going to be able to unlock by the end of the run? So it has that hook where you get there, you unlock something. Now you want to go back in, and then the amount of fun you have with your friends, especially, I don't know how much we were laughing so hard after the stream, just messing around for 20-30 minutes, just inside the ship with all the platforms, and just messing with each other. I think this game is absolutely a hit. And I'm with Eric. I'm surprised, or was it you that was, there's just not many people talking about this, right? Not as many as you would think. Maybe they will after this, but I definitely think that there's really not anything that I could say bad about this. From the very beginning, when I got in there, I was blown away by the polish and just how amazing everything looked. The lighting, there's not anything that's bad about it, right? And the exploration alone is crazy. You get into the second, third level, you pull out the map, and you're like, holy crap, this thing is huge, right? You know who loves when it's huge?
My mom!
Yeah, and so you're exploring caves and stuff on an alien planet. It puts you in this situation where you're kind of crash landed, and you're trying to gather resources to repair your ship and get out of there. But in the process of doing so, you kind of unlock these kind of mystery that you're trying to solve along the way. And so you're exploring these caves, and like Roots said, they're absolutely huge, and they can have like hidden little caverns back in them, where if you find your way up there, you'll find another chest, or you may find some rare mineral that you don't come across very often. And at first you can't get to those little hard to find spots because you're not leveled up enough. You don't have the equipment. But as you continue to mine, as you continue to accumulate runs, that allows you to unlock schematics. You end up finding the materials you need to fabricate the items from those schematics, and then using those new items. Some of them, I know some of them have nothing to do with exploration, but some of them allow you to really fully explore the caves, like the platforms that Roots was talking about, or the grappling ability, or the triple jump. Like all of this stuff, the progression really matters in this game, not only to the story, but to your ability to explore, to your ability to fight off the enemies. Which, by the way, Eric, this isn't just all about exploration and mining. Like you pretty much can't move through one of these caves without being swarmed by a good variety of enemies.
And that's what I love about it. Like the enemies, the amount of enemies, the weapon variety, the movement, and the way you can like jump around and like move from level to level, and like have different verticality in your attacks. Like to get exploration right and combat right is like there's not a lot of games that do both really, really well, and this one does it really well, because the combat is one of the things I think I love almost more than than everything else in this game. And it feels super, it just feels super smooth and right, and the weapons are cool, and like I love the way you can kind of go back and forth between different types of weapons and use like some of your mining tools as weapons, and there's just a lot of cool things to like here.
You can use your mining tools as weapons, which you have multiple. You have a pickaxe, and you have like a laser gun that you use to mine. Again, just like everything else, you can upgrade both of those. The pickaxe and the laser gun. So you can use that stuff to fight if you need to and decide you want to. You can also use your weapons to mine. Like you can take your pistol out and start blasting like these crystals and things and break them apart so that you can mine them. Now, obviously, that's not going to work on everything. You're not going to take your gun and start firing it into titanium and expect it to break apart. But you're also not going to kill a giant like killer hornet with your laser gun either. So it works about like it should work. Kubo92 says, so is this like Cave Digger meets DOE? And I would say kinda, yeah. Yeah.
You know what? One of the things that also impressed me, and I actually said this to you, Wes, when we were playing, there's so many developers that are afraid to give you real movement in a game.
Yeah.
And this game doesn't hold your hands. You're jumping, you're zipping around. Like it lets you do what I love to do without worrying about everybody getting sick. Oh, you can't do that because somebody might get sick. Well, then maybe they shouldn't play it. Don't ruin a game for me because somebody can't handle their VR. And that's the way I feel. Like there's no hand holding. You're from the very beginning, because you can jump, and like Wes was saying, you can jump with like a double jump or a triple jump. And you can zip like 3 or 4 times, and the movement in this is amazing, and it feels amazing, and they just nailed it. So it's just a really well-made game.
And to answer your other question, Kubo, the multiplayer is completely optional, but it is campaign-based gameplay. So you start your story campaign off. You have to play the first mission solo, but after that. When you get back to your ship for the first time, you can open it up for multiplayer, and it's drop in, drop out. So you can keep on going by yourself if you want, or people can join you while you're playing through your campaign. You don't have to keep separate saves for like your multiplayer co-op campaign and your single player campaign. It's just one save, one campaign, and you can do it by yourself or with people, either way.
Hey, you know who loves to do it by themselves or with people?
My mom!
Yeah, she does. And Dee's got a good point. Friendly fire. And as well as Spry says, Wes's wife will kill you. Ask traveling
She
man.
will.
She
will.
It's friendly fire is amazing in any game. And this is very easy to do, because sometimes it's not. And I would imagine it might have been traveling man's fault, SpryGuy. Like if you're mining something and somebody walks right or zips right in front of your laser or something, they're going to die. And then you got to resurrect them. And and there's a whole mini game in that. But I think Friendly Fire was amazing to add in there for sure.
Mhm.
And a lot of people talking about the movement. Mickey said he thought it would make him sick, but he got the hang of it pretty quick. They don't nerf it at all. Like even like pretty quickly, you're unlocking double jump and triple jump, and then you get the ability to grapple. There's a jetpack you can unlock in the game and zoom around as well. And then there are certain levels where you go through these portals out into like space, and there's no gravity because you're just platforming in space. There's no planet. You're just like jumping from pieces of rubble to pieces of rubble as you're going through these ruins, and there's no gravity there. So like you're literally jumping hundreds of feet in the air during those. And not only that, Roots, not only do you have like this triple jump and all this stuff, but the dash mechanic is perfect, right? Like you can double
Mhm.
jump in the air and then like keep dashing in one direction or the other as long as your suit has power. You can give yourself a lot more distance with the dash.
And I don't know, I haven't upgraded my suit as far as that goes, but I would imagine you can upgrade it to where you have more power for longer. And that's another thing, the suit
You can.
and the lasers and everything is like you're upgrading. You get to certain things that you have to mine, and at least I did because I was playing behind everybody else. You were playing my story, but I had just started. And so there was things that everybody else was able to mine that I couldn't because I hadn't upgraded my laser, or I didn't upgrade my pickaxe, which by the way you can actually throw and like a boomerang,
Yep.
and then pull it back, which is super cool. And that's another way that people get killed is it's out there and then you pull it back and then it just ends up hitting them. But yeah, it's super cool.
Chris Richardson in chat says, "There you go, selling me another game." You should buy this game right now. Actually, you should wait until after the show. Tag me up. We'll get you a referral and save you a little money on it. But you absolutely need to play it. It is an excellent game. It's all I really want to play right now, except for maybe one other game that we're going to talk about here in a few minutes. But yeah, this is definitely one of the best games I've played this year. And I'm like Roots, so I can't really think of anything bad to say about it. It's just really good at everything that it does.
Yeah, it's super cool.
Tons of stuff. Like the progression is, it's almost flat game levels of progression here. Like you're mining different things. I'd say there's well over 50 different things that you can mine. Or if not, it's pretty close to around that number. And then things that you can craft, like the schematics and upgrades and all of that stuff. Like there's probably over 100 of those. Like there's just so many different things that you can collect and upgrade and progress. There's XPs to upgrade your character.
And there's reasons
It's
to do it. Like
yeah,
Dungeons of Eternity, as cool as it was, it's like at the end of the day, you were kind of like after the fall, you're progressing to progress with no real reason to. Where this is like, okay, you can't mine this unless you do progress. You can't go here unless you do progress. And everything that you do progress is cool, gets cooler and cooler. Like Wes said, you've been in it 5 times, and each time it was like better than the first time. And usually games are the opposite. It's like, you're at the pinnacle at the beginning and it gets boring after a while. So far, I'm not bored with this game. So
Same.
it's great. It's great. Everyone should check it out. SpryGuy points out that the audio is top notch too. That's absolutely true, and something that we didn't talk about. The spatial audio, whether you're talking about environmental noise or you're talking about the enemies or you're talking about the in-game voice chat, like these are big maps and people don't have to stay together. The game will let you get as far apart as you want to get as you get along in it, although I wouldn't recommend getting too far apart from your teammates. But you can tell where someone's at because you can hear them coming from that direction, as it should be. And the music, the voice acting, everything is good here. Like They didn't muff it on any of it. Like everything is exquisite. Now, obviously, it is a Quest game. It is a standalone VR game and is playable on Quest 2. I'd say if there's one thing that could be updated, it would be the graphics. Like it could be more like photoreal if it were made like for PC versus Quest. But it's a good looking game. The art
Right.
style really kind of hides the deficiency of the platform.
I was gonna say Gerillo says no. He's not here, but he
right,
would say no.
right, right. But I mean, besides that, I mean, this is just an exquisite game. It's so good, and I really can't say enough good things about it. But I could sit here and just pine on about how awesome this game is all night, but we still have 8 more nominees to go. So let's move along to Metamorphosis, which was a game that we did a segment on when they announced it a while back. A game I was very much looking forward to because this is it's a surreal story-based game. So it's a first-person story-based campaign. It's a VR port of a flat game that reviewed pretty well. And you guys know me. You know I love these surreal scenarios in VR. I love to be put in these situations that make you feel like you're in some kind of a dream state, which this game does. Much like the literary work of the same name from Kafka, you wake up as a different life form. You're an insect, and where that was very much a metaphor in the literary version, it's very literal in the video game version. You're literally an insect, and you very much start out on a trek through your friend's walls and furniture to make your way to the tower. And when you get to the tower, supposedly you're going to have opportunities, one of which is to become human again. So it's kind of an odyssey, right? Like a trip, and there's a lot of platforming in it, and it's mostly about figuring out how to get from point A to point B as a tiny insect and going through these massive, you know, environments. Everything I said there was true, Roots. And I did enjoy my time in this because of the things that I just mentioned. But unfortunately, this game did not live up to its potential for me because it is a janky fucking mess. There are so many bugs and issues with this game. It didn't quite break the game for me, but it certainly broke my immersion quite a lot. Did you experience the same thing?
Yeah, no, I mean, for what it did for me is it prevented me from going as far as I probably would have, because I thought it was cool. From the very beginning, I'm like, what the hell's going on? I didn't know anything about what this game was, and so like I'm just going down this hallway and I come out and I'm like, why am I small? And I'm like, pictures are getting all weird. All of a sudden, I'm a bug. You know what I mean? And you're trying to get around this room, and I thought it was cool, but then I'm like trying to climb something, and it's like I'm falling down where I shouldn't, and I'm like, you know what? Like I tried several times to get up this one thing, and I got to a point where I was just like, maybe I wait for a patch or something. But I think the concept is cool, and especially anytime you get into a game and it's different than anything else you've played, because it's super different than anything else. But I just feel like some of those bugs kind of just made me to get to a point where I didn't want to continue to go on. So I don't know. Hopefully they can fix them. Maybe we can go back into it. But
yeah, because I mean they really do have the skeleton here of a great game. Like if this were a polished experience, it would be excellent. But it is far from polished, and from what I understand, that it's better now than it was on launch. They've patched this a lot just to get it to where it's at right now. But you spoke about the climbing. The climbing was something that took me forever to figure out how to even do. Like I couldn't even do it for the longest time, I had to find other ways to get up because the climbing, I just couldn't figure it out. Eventually, I got it. So the way that you have to climb in this game is you have to squeeze both the triggers and the grip button on both controller, and you can't let it go. Like you have to keep it squeezed in, and which is anti-intuitive for anybody that plays VR games, because in every other VR game, you grab something and then when you let go, you let go of the grip button, you let go of the trigger, right? You can't do that here. You have to keep it pushed in, and then you kind of like use your hooks to climb up, like as if you had like a pickaxe in either hand. And it took me forever to figure that out. The reason why I kept falling was because I kept letting go of the button when I would pull my hand back. But there was so much more than that. Like when I went into like the first room at the end of the hallway, when you first really realize that you're tiny, like they put you in a room with a locked door. You have to find your way to the key and take the key to the door to make your way out. I found my way to the key and then found that I had no hands. No hands. Can't pick the key up because I had no hands. My hands just left the game. So I had to start the game over and play back to that point again with my hands. And there was just all sorts of little things like this. Eric, I feel like the biggest bug that I came to, I used the cheese my way through a lot of it. And I hesitate to say it because I know people are going to go do it and cheese their way through things the way I did. But if with the climbing mechanic, holding in those buttons I just said you had to hold in, you can clip through pretty much anything in this game. Just take it by taking that and just clawing your way into something and letting go instead of keeping it pushed in. You can go through any wall or any object, and it will put you into areas that you're not supposed to go. You come to parts of the game where there's a barrier that the game intends for you to work your way around, and you can go right through it just by clawing your way through a certain way with the claw mechanic. And there were other things too, but I won't. I'll be here all night talking about all the little bugs and stuff that I encountered. What was your experience with Metamorphosis?
Yeah, I mean, pretty much exactly the same as both of you guys. Like, and I'll just say up front, like, I know the studio who did this. I know, I know the people behind it very well. They are near and dear to my heart because what they're doing is very similar to what Flat to VR Studios is doing. While they're doing it a little bit more niche and picking these types of games, they are taking, popular flat games like this and they're trying to bring them to VR. And this shows you how fucking hard it is to do when you try and do these things. Like, and you have to do them right. Like, I know these guys' intentions. I've talked to them throughout this process of like bringing this game and like how hard it was and all the walls and all the barriers they hit. And like, I emphasize with everything they're going through to do this game. And I think they were that close. Like, and I tell them that I'm like, guys, you were so close, but like, there's limitations, and not every team is Flat to VR Studios, unfortunately. And you don't, they didn't have the modding background, they didn't have the experience in taking, a traditional game and making it in a VR and making it right. And those are those little small things that you have to be aware of and that you have to work through. And they just got to a point where they're like, we have to release this game. We have no choice. We have to release this game as it is. And to fair for them, they've really worked hard on trying to fix it afterwards. And, I think this is a good first effort from them. I believe that if we support them and give them some help, they'll continue to try and do this. And, I think that's good for everybody when we're talking about these types of things, because I think they have there's games like this, Wes, that are super cool. Roots, I think you can appreciate these types of games too. That if they continue to try and do these types of games, that'll be really cool for VR if they can nail it. And I think they have the people in place to nail it. I just hope they get it close. But this one's so close, like it's that close.
Yeah, I had fun with it. Like, I played this game quite a lot actually, and I enjoyed it. I can't recommend it to people. in the state that it's in. That's my problem with it. Like a lot of the things that I worked through, a lot of people wouldn't have had the patience to work through. I
Yeah,
choose
I
my way
agree.
through one level. There's this level in it that's called like the Death Bridge or the Bridge of Death or something like that, and the whole level is this chasm that you have to make it across, and there are little parts that are bridges, and then there are parts that you kind of have to bounce yourself across, um, off of these mushrooms. So you jump on the mushroom and it will catapult you to another part of the level. And the premise of the level is that there are ways to adjust the angle on those mushrooms so that you can have some control about where it shoots you to. But I choose my way through the whole level because, um, once you get to the part where you're bouncing yourself off of one mushroom onto another one, after you do the second bounce and you miss the platform with the third one, there's this bug where it just kind of sticks you to the wall. And at first I thought, like,
that was part of the
I
game.
just jumped. I thought it was how it was, and I just jumped down and start over again. I ended up finding out that you can move while you're stuck to the wall. So I started kind of shimmying my way down the wall like I thought I was walking on the ledge, like because there was a little bit like of a groove that stuck out in the wall, and I thought, well, cool, I could just walk down this ledge here and skip this other part here and not have to go through the tedium of having to adjust those mushrooms and do the trial and error. So I did that for a minute, and then I realized that I wasn't walking on a ledge at all, nor was I stuck to the wall at all. I was just flying, floating.
Mm.
So I literally just flew off of the wall and floated my way through the whole level across to the other side and walked out. End of the level. Just flew right through a whole level because of a bug that I encountered by
Those
chance.
are the worst bugs, in my opinion, are the ones that when you're playing a game and you encounter bugs that you think might be part of the game, it really puts you in a disadvantage of knowing what the hell's going on. And so you're accepting things you shouldn't, or maybe you get stuck somewhere and you think, okay, well, you spend 45 minutes looking for a way to get out, and it's not supposed to be that way. And so you can end up like wasting a lot of time just looking for something. And so I really do. I agree with what Eric is saying. I really hope that they continue and figure out exactly how to get all these bugs out of this thing. And so it seems like they've put a lot of time and effort into this. And I think the concept is super cool. Especially after watching this gameplay, I didn't see nearly this much. Being able to see the humans from a different perspective, and
Yeah.
it's just what you kind of want in VR, right? You want different perspectives and sizes, and you're in this world, and there's a lot of weird stuff going on. You're talking to the bugs, and so yeah, hopefully they can do.
It was excellent. It's an odyssey, man. It's just a real odyssey, and that's why I kept playing it as long as I did, because I was enjoying it. It was such a cool like scenario and situation to be in, and the story's pretty cool. So like I kept going with it. Um, but yeah, like if this game had been polished out completely, like it would be another one that I'm just sitting here raving over. But unfortunately, and ironically, by the way, a game where you literally play a bug, it's just full of bugs.
Full of bugs.
So
Flippy Nugget says for some reason this game makes me want to play Little Nightmares VR. Well, you can do that, right? In UEVR, isn't that one of the games you can play, right? Little Nightmares 1 and 2, I believe.
thank you, Xander. Xander from Meat Space Interactive joining us in chat. So tells me to take my time. I promise I'll get to you, man. I promise it will happen. I apologize. I told him I'd message him, DM him the other night, and ended up working. I think I worked 15 hours that day and then just crashed immediately. So
Your boss sucks.
apologies.
Yeah.
Like,
Well, you guys,
bunch of
I'll tell you
slave
what, man.
drivers.
You guys are, and I think Chris Richardson was asking about that racing game you guys have, Flat Out or whatever. You're doing so much for VR. It'll pay off in the long run, and you're providing something that I think we need. Like people need these flat games to be brought into VR, because there's so much time and effort and money spent into a lot of these games that if we continue down the road we're going down, it's going to take so long to get VR where we all want it to be. And it's like you guys are taking a shortcut for everybody by doing what you do. So I appreciate it.
It's just the rule of life. Yeah, you put in the work today so that you can have an awesome tomorrow.
Correct.
And I think tomorrow is going to be pretty awesome, Eric. What about you?
I think especially tomorrow is going to be pretty awesome, Wes. Like, actually tomorrow. Like tomorrow.
I was trying to be more subtle, but
I'm not. Fucking go listen tomorrow. Keep an eye out.
anyways, moving along to another game and opening another door. Another Door escape room came out this past month for MetaQuest. And full disclosure, this game is a client at Impact Reality. This is a game that I played because I was required to play it for work. But I didn't put it on this list because I was required to. That's never the case. Most of our clients I don't cover. The reason why this game is on this list and we're covering it right now is because this is a great game. This is a really good escape room game that can be played solo, but you shouldn't play it solo. You can play this game with up to 3 other friends, which is honestly, Roots, I feel like kind of how most escape rooms are meant to be played, right? You're meant to go into it with a group and work through it together. And this is a collection of, I think, 5 different escape rooms currently. They're all standalone and they're all timed, which is a cool mechanic too. Like if you don't get through there in a certain amount of time, then you fail and have to start over. But I thought the puzzles were really clever here. I thought that the different scenarios that they put you in were really cool. And I really just enjoyed playing this game, Roots. How much did you get a chance to play
I
it?
played it for like an hour or more by myself, and I would agree. I mean, the puzzles aren't easy either. They are at first, and then you get to a point where it's like, okay, and I don't know. I guess is it every move that thing's ticking down and giving, and I'm like, oh God, I'm running out of tries on some of this stuff, or I don't know, or I guess it was, I thought it was cool, and I agree with everything you just said as far as escape rooms. I've never heard of anybody going to an escape room by themselves. So it's kind of weird that most escape rooms are kind of designed to be solo experiences in VR. And that's not the way it is in real life. You go in there and everybody kind of brainstorms and you're fleshing things out. And I think this game would be even better than what I experienced if I had played it with somebody else. So I definitely agree with you there.
So Mickey Barrios doing Mickey Barrios things in the chat, dropping a key to Arizona Sunshine Deluxe Edition on Steam. Now this is the old version of Arizona Sunshine, but if you claim this key, you can upgrade to the remake for $10.
And I recommend it. $10, man. $10 is all it takes, and you're gonna get a phenomenally better game. But even if you played the old version, it's a good game as well. But I think that the $10 is well worth it.
Cooper says that this game's even on Steam now, and I didn't even know that. And,
really?
It's my job to know that, and I didn't even know that. So they said it just came out. It didn't launch concurrently. It just came out on Steam. So good to know. Eric, now I have not talked to you about this game. I don't know how much time that you've put into it, if any. But I can say this, like I know I've talked to other members of the team that played it, and the time mechanic is so well balanced that when I played through the first level myself alone, I think there was less than a minute left on the clock when I finally escaped. And I talked to Damien Ruffy from Rough Talk VR podcast. He had the same exact experience. He played through it and I think it was Damien, maybe it was Miles. I don't remember exactly which one, but same thing. Played through it, finished the last level literally with less than a minute left on the clock. That is remarkable that they balanced that timing out that well. How much of this have you played, if any, Eric?
I have played a little bit of it. Early on, we did sign them as a client for Impact Reality, so I don't want to go too deep into this one. I will say that it's a great game. Like, I think it's really well done. Um, I think there's a lot of escape room games out there, and a lot of them can be pretty ho hum. And to find a new one that's actually challenging, that's got some, it looks good. Um, I think it's really good. Like, I think the best thing we can say is, we took them as a client at Impact Reality, so there's a reason that we do that. So that's probably best for me to leave it at that.
Yeah, it's not super heavy on story. Like some of my favorite like escape rooms in VR, like the Room VR, for example. One of the things that's really cool about that is it's a long game and that you're playing through a cool story. There's not much of that going on here. While each room does kind of have a story to it, and there's little bits that you're unlocking. Um, that's not the strength of the game. What makes this game cool are the puzzles and the cooperative gameplay and just the general like look and feel of it. It's not perfect. You can still tell it's an indie game when you're playing it, but it looks pretty dang good and sounds pretty dang good. It's very immersive and clever.
And the puzzles are good.
That's
That's all that matters, right? It's the biggest thing that
right.
matters.
Yep. Yep. The puzzles are good, and I think that they change. I think that the solutions change. So
Hmm.
the puzzles are the same, but you can't like play it once and remember like the code, and then go into the next playthrough and just do it from memory. You'll still have to work out the certain things to get the code because the codes and things like that change from playthrough to playthrough. Bluebell in the chat, US $9.99 donation, says I just tuned in and can't stay long. Just showing some love for you all and all you guys do. So thank you, Bluebell, for the donation and the kind words. We appreciate both. Anyways, so yeah, Another Door escape room. It's a collection of individual escape rooms that take 30 to 40 minutes each to play through. I think there's 5 of them right now, and I think that they are working on more to come later on down the road. So definitely give it a look. It is a good game. They're a client, Eric, that have we've worked on multiple titles for them at this point. I didn't cover their other titles because I didn't care too much about
Mm-hmm.
their other titles, but this one is good, so we decided to cover it.
Yeah, it's super polished. You're not going to find many of these. There's a ton. Like, again, this is just a genre that you can go and find a ton of, like, especially with that, and like you saw in App Lab, there was so many of them. And most of them are pretty average or below average, and this is just one that stands out. That's probably the best way to say about it.
Yeah, that's what I was expecting, honestly, but
Mm-hmm.
knowing it's coming from an indie dev, and most of them are pretty generic. This one's not. This
Yep.
was surprisingly good.
Philo says, "Is this on Quest and does it have a mixed reality experience?" I don't think it has a mixed reality, but it's absolutely on Quest.
I don't think there's any MR in this. Now there could be something in there that I'm not aware of. A lot of these games do little gimmick experience tech demo type things that they tack on, but I'm not aware of it if there is.
I
But
might
it is
be.
on
I
Quest.
don't think so.
I must be the only person that's well, maybe I'm not, but like I legitimately every time there was one of the games where it was like in the opening. Do you want to play some? Nope. I don't want to play this in mixed reality. No, I don't. I just give me the game. Like immerse me. I don't want to see my room. I don't want to see real life. Unless and I will say this: if I'm jumping around and it's a very active game, I can see a point for it. But most of the time, there's just not a point for it. For me, anyway.
So Michelle B wants to know: is this a one and done puzzle or does it change? Kind of both. It is kind of a one and done. Now the solutions to like puzzles that have numerical answers, those solutions change. Combinations to saves, things like this change so that you can't remember it from one try to the next. But the way you get to those solutions doesn't change. So I would call it a one and done each time. Again, there's 5 different rooms, so you're probably going to play each one of them a couple times to get through them, and then after you get all the way out, then you're going to be done with it. Anyway, moving on to the next nominee. Halfway through our quest list, we come to a surprise release for the month of October. Undead Citadel made its way to Quest this month. Again, a game that has been in development for many years. Came to PC finally last year. PSVR 2 still waiting on their version. But it did come to Quest this month, and I just could not help myself. I had to check it out and put it on the list here, as this is a game that I've rather enjoyed on PC. Eric, getting into the Quest version, you can see the difference straight away in this game. I would say that the difference is immediately noticeable in graphics. Like, I really only have one bad thing to say about this title, and it's that it's pretty bad graphically on Quest. There's shimmering a lot of the time. I think the worst part of it is the pop in and low draw distances. Like it's like it's kind of like Green Hell was on PlayStation VR 2, where there's a very clear detail line about 10 feet in front of you, and as you walk forward, you can just see all the detail popping out, and you can very clearly see where the line is between the detailed part and the not so detailed part. The pop in is atrocious and constant in this game. With that said, they did a great job of bringing the gameplay over to Quest, and that's not an easy thing to do when you're talking about a melee game that has the type of physics built into it that this game has built into it. It's a pretty remarkable job that they did with that. So in spite of the fucking shit show that the graphics were in this game, I played this for a couple of hours when I sat down to play it. I almost made it to as far as I made it in the PC version in one sitting, because it is fun. It's a fun game to play, but it is not anywhere near the level of production that the PC version is.
Yeah, I get in this very briefly just to look at it. And there's only two things I have to say, because you said everything else. It's ugly as shit, and it's the entire game. So if you love the game and you don't mind the graphics, I would definitely go get it here. If you can go play it on Steam instead, then I would play it on Steam, because it's going to look so much better. But again, the whole game's here. So, and there's a lot of game here. So those are the only two things I can say. Is like, it doesn't look great. They didn't do a great job porting this over. I think they could have done better, but they didn't. But the whole game is here. Like, so the gameplay is here.
Roots, this game should have been a Quest 3 exclusive. I think that's the problem with it, is that this game has not yet been enhanced for Quest 3, and it looks like a bad Quest 2 port, basically. It's still fun to play. Like I said, it hooked me, and I stayed in it playing it for a long time. But I'm with Eric here. Like, you should definitely buy this on Steam if you want to play it. And if you only have PSVR 2 and Quest, you should keep waiting. I'm pretty sure the PSVR 2 version will likely be much better than this. What was your experience with Undead Citadel and Quest?
Actually, I have quite a bit to say about this. I mean, obviously it doesn't look as good, but like, I don't like melee games, but this one, this is what the type of melee I like. You're not waggling, but I don't have to do it a certain way. I can approach them, I can slice their arms off, I can kill them however I want. So I actually enjoyed it. I've played further than I thought I would have played as well. And the physics in here are amazing. And the fact that I can interact with everything. If there's something hanging, I can hit it with my sword. I can manipulate it. I can get it moving. You know what I mean? Like, I can hit every pot off and smash it. There's nothing I can't interact with that I'm not supposed to. Like, so many games have things all over the place that you can't do shit with. You just can't touch it. Everything that you would think that you could interact with. The developers thought that somebody's going to want to, that's what devs should be doing. They're going to, if you think somebody might want to do something, you should give them the opportunity to do it. That adds immersion to it. And so I went around and was messing with all sorts of things just to see if I could, and was able to, and then was intrigued with what was going on. You know, what am I in this city for, and why is it so dead, and everything's attacking me, and I think the depth of weapons is amazing as well. There's weapons everywhere, and each one of them have different stats, so it makes you want to look and see, okay, is this sword better than the ones I had before, or dagger or hammer or whatever it is. I thought that was super cool. The only thing that I thought I wish I could would like with a, and sometimes games are like this, but like if you get a new weapon and you want to put it on your belt, you have to make sure it gets right in where it's supposed to go, or it's, you know what I mean? So you got to look down. I wish I could just put it down there and it would go, and then I could pull it out. You know what I mean? I guess when you're pulling it, it's fine, but putting it away was a little bit more difficult than I would have liked, as I felt like I really had to look down at my belt and make sure it got right in where that where it highlighted, and then let it go. Otherwise it would drop. But even the bow and arrow I thought was cool. I think that the combat was really actually satisfying for me, and this is coming from somebody that doesn't like melee. And so it kind of made me want to go back and play the Steam version again. And I kind of wrote it off early, didn't really give it enough credit, as far as I could see myself wanting to go through and see what's going on in this castle, and why is it deserted? Why are all these things, like there was a point where I walked in and there was some kind of demonic skull or something, and they made a reference that that's probably what happened to all these people. Well, I want to know what happened to these people. How did they did they sell their soul, or did they use a Ouija board and suddenly the whole town, I just thought it was, I just think it's outside of, like you said, the graphics, which I didn't think they were that atrocious, but I mean, obviously when you're comparing it next to the PC version, it is, but if you don't know any better, I don't think it's bad. And I think it's worth playing through if that quest is all you have. So
yeah, I'll agree with that. Again, I got stuck in it. Like I had a lot of fun with it. And I think, standing still, that it doesn't look terrible. It's just very distracting when you're moving through the levels, when all the pop in and stuff starts happening, and you see the LOD popping in, and like all of that was constant, and it was distracting. But it is remarkable that the physics work 1-to-1 on the standalone like they did on the quest, because it's a big part of what they've built here is the physics system, and everything feels good. All of the weapons, the archery was my weapon of choice, as it often is, and that felt great as well.
how many games do we have? And one of them is we're going to be talking about in a little bit, where you have multiple enemies, but it's like, because you imagine you're in a scenario where 8 things are coming to attack you, but they're all waiting their turn. It's not combat. That's not how combat works in real life. And you know what I mean? I like the fact that you've got multiple enemies attacking you, and they're just coming to kill you, man. Like you have to worry about each one of them coming from different directions, and they're not just sitting there waiting for their turn. I think there's a lot to be said about that. That's more like real life, and it's more like a flat game would be like. There's very few flat games where enemies are waiting for their turn. There's some, but usually that's not the case, and that I like it that way. I want to see different people or different things attacking me. So
yeah, agreed. So yeah, I think I kind of agree with what Root says here. Like, if you have other platforms to play it on, you should play it on other platforms. If you have a PSVR 2, you should be waiting for it. If you only play on Quest, you should buy it. It's a good game. It's a good, fun to play melee game. And I'm sure over time they'll patch it, and eventually it'll get a Quest 3 upgrade, and at that point it'll be fine. But we're not there yet, and it does have its flaws right now. Flippy Nuggets wants to know if it's a resolution or frame rate issue. No, I didn't really have any issues with frame rate in it, nor did I have any issues with the resolution in it. It was just the pop in and
Shimmer.
the very clear LOD line. Well, the shimmer was definitely noticeable, but that wasn't like the atrocious thing to me. The thing that really bothered me was the pop in the LOD line being so close.
No,
Those were
no,
the things that bothered me.
no, like dynamic, lighting and shadowing. Like it's just very. It's like I don't know if you're thinking that this is going to be one of those games that you're going to see like baked in lighting and like cool looking textures and stuff like that. It's just not going to be there. It's going to be very plain Jane. Everything's going to look like wallpaper. You're not going to see a ton of depth here. But again, the game is there, and you'll get, like Wes said, you'll get lost in the game, and you'll forget about the graphics, especially if this is the only platform you have to play it on. It's a great melee game. If you only have a Quest, I would definitely go get it.
The depth is in the gameplay, right? Versus in the graphics. And I kind of would like rather that be the case personally. Not that I want to have ugly games. There's nothing worse than going into a beautiful game that is boring. Like to me anyway.
Mm-hmm.
This is definitely not boring. And by the way, before we move on, I just want to say I love the character that you play. I like the voiceovers and the things that he says make me laugh every fucking time. So
Yeah,
um,
I agree.
anyways, what do we have next on the list? Well, we'll just very quickly mention that Arizona Sunshine Remake also came out on Quest this month. It was the PSVR Game of the Month. It was the PCVR Game of the Month. And it's actually really good on Quest as well, or at least on Quest 3. I think Roots will start with you, but that's a fair statement, yes?
Yeah, this is the first way I played it was on the Quest. And I was expecting to go into it for 15, 20 minutes just to see, hey, what's this remake about? I didn't even see you guys play it or anything, so I didn't have any concept. And this was my thought. I thought it was better than the PC version was when I played it 8 years ago. It blew me away. I was like, oh my God, this actually looks really good. And then, of course, the physics and just everything about it, the way that the guns felt and everything, I was really impressed. So much so that I ended up playing for about an hour and a half, and I was not expecting to play that long. I literally was just going to go in to check it out because I was when I just got the Quest 3, and I was like, yeah, let me check this out, and so loved it so much that I actually ended up buying the PC version because I didn't own it. And couldn't play it because it wasn't in my library. And I was like, I want to play this. So, yeah, I think they nailed it. And if it weren't for other games that came out this month, I think it could have swept all three, because I think it's that good on Quest.
I think it's a fair statement what he said a moment ago, Eric, that the remake on Quest 3 is easily better than the original on PC was. That's pretty remarkable, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, we're talking about a PC. I mean, it is a PC game that's 2016, but like literally, you're still playing that PC game on a cell phone chip standalone headset, which is pretty crazy. And it does look awesome. Like they did a great. Again, I can't say much more about Vertigo Games and what they did with this. Like they all every platform they did a really good job of bringing what they needed to, and I think this version looks great. Like I think it looks and plays amazing.
Yeah, agreed. So again, a very strong nominee here on the Quest platform as well. But with that said, we now come to the pack-in title with the new headset, Batman Arkham Shadow. Um, I just we covered this game a few weeks ago, and I'm still just as over the mountain with it as I was back then. This game, I was expecting this game to be great. I was not expecting it to be this great. This is legitimately a game of the year frontrunner for me. Like we're going to be talking about this game in a month from now when we're deciding is this the all platforms game of the month? Is it the Quest game of the year? I mean, rather. Um, just a complete VR game. Were you on with me when we covered this game, Eric? I don't even remember.
Yep, I think it was just me and you, and we talked about it a lot. Like I think
Yeah,
probably
we
for
talked about
over
it
an
for an
hour.
hour.
Yeah.
Yeah, we talked about this game for an hour.
Yep.
At that time, though, Roots had not come back yet. Roots didn't have his Quest 3 yet. And I have not talked to you about this game at all, Roots. So I don't know what you think about it, if you're as high on it as Eric and I are. But one of the things I said about this game when we covered it was that while this isn't a hybrid game, this is what hybrid games should be like. Like this is a game, like we always see these games that come from flat and get ported over to VR. I think that this is a game that could be ported from VR to flat and people would still love it. Like I think it's that good.
Yeah.
What are your thoughts on this game?
I think the story is amazing, which is obviously in a Batman game. In the voice acting, it really does make you feel like, you know, a Batman. It's leading to something. You're trying to discover what's going on, and catch people. I always like to lead off with the negatives. I'm the opposite of Wes. There are a couple of negatives for me, and so like some of the coolest things about the this game is the combat, and it's also some of the most frustrating things for me in the game. And because I came into it thinking, okay, I don't want to punch, I don't want to work up a sweat. And Bad Robo's been saying in the Discord, and he's got a good point. Not everybody can get physical in games, so I was kind of hoping, you know, that they would have some kind of a version that would allow you to not have to punch, because that's the biggest gripe I have with it. Even though I think it's amazing at the same time, it's kind of a weird place to be, because like if you've played the original Batman games, you're not having to wait to punch at different times. There's times when I would go to hit and it's not what Roots, it's not time yet. Or like it tells me to do a right hook. Well, my right hook wasn't enough of a right hook. So now it's a straight punch. And nothing will pull me out of a game more immersion wise than something that comes across the screen that says, you missed. No, motherfucker, I didn't miss. I did the hook. It just wasn't a big enough hook for you. And so like there was times when it frustrated me. I'm like, no, dude, I shouldn't have to do a specific, you know what I mean? Instead of a straight shot, or I've got to do a certain combo. The games when the Batman games, when you play them, you could get in combos, but you could also punch and just kick and do other things. You didn't have to do a combo. This one leads you. You have to do it a very specific way. But at the same time, it's cool that you move with your punching, like you were saying before. I think that's a super cool way to do it in VR. And so I don't know what the answer to it is, but I found the combat, I wouldn't say as frustrating as cool. I think it's more cool than frustrating, but it frustrated me. And then, of course, like I said, when it's telling me I missed or whatever it tells you, because it's something big pops up on the screen, you know, words, that's not, if I want to pretend I'm Batman, that's a big thing that pulls me out, having words pop across the screen that says whatever it is. I think it says you missed or something. So that was very frustrating to me in a sense. And then the other negative thing I would say is, and I guess it's the Quest 3, being limited to a mobile chip. But, you know, most of these Batman games, if not all of them, I haven't played them all, are very open world-ish, right? Like you have all sorts of places to go, and this is very linear, which isn't bad. It's a linear game, and there's tons of games that are linear. I just was hoping that it would be more, you know, I was talking to Dee when she was playing it before I played it, and she's like, well, you can go and you can get, you know, you can say, can you explore? Well, yeah, you can go get these radios and the different things that you do, but that's not really exploring. That's like an added thing you can do. You know, for the most part, you're going where you need to go and to progress the story. That's it. There is no you can go here or here or here, or you can do this mission or this mission or this mission. You're doing one mission, the one that they lead you to. And that getting that out of the way, I think it's badass. I think it's probably, if not, I guess it is the best superhero game in VR. Does a really good job of making you feel like you're Batman 99% of the time. But I will add this, because there's those VR SF Andes out there that say everything's got to be VR. But it's funny how a lot of people will give everything a pass when they want to. They say, well, it's BS if I have to push a button to open a drawer, but it's okay if I do my batter, or my grapple hook with a button, or I can throw my smoke bomb with a grenade or with a button, right? Like, that's concessions. That's VR. Like, not everything has to be. I think it's fine. I was excited when I didn't have to climb the ladder. You know what I mean? And I thought the ladder climbing was great, but I thought it was cool that I could zip up, you know what I mean, by pushing a button. It's okay to push a button. You know what I mean? Like, not everything has to be an elaborate recreation of life. People forget that games need to flow, and when a game flows, it's better. And I think it's those button pushings are better. I thought it was badass hanging down from, taking out the different enemies. With when you have to stealth and you zip back up, it was very reminiscent to what you would do in Batman, and you zip around to kind of hide, to lose them, right? But then I would get down and I would start to fight the guys with the guns, and then I'm not punching the right way, or I'm punching too early, and now they're killing me when they shouldn't have, because I beat their ass, Wes, and it didn't register that way. So that would be my two biggest things that I say were frustrating to me. But if I had to, rate it on a 1 to 10, I'd say it's probably 8.5, 9. I mean, I think they nailed just about everything that they needed to nail, even the detective mode, and it was just really cool. And so I think anybody that wouldn't play this game is missing something. And that's you, Derillo. You're missing this game, man. So
I think they found the perfect kind of balance in between VR mechanics and flat mechanics. So they took like the concept behind the flat mechanics and then kind of VRified them and found this like nice middle ground. And I agree with you on the point about the thing being linear. Obviously, I'm in the camp that I'd love every game to be an open world game that's fully explorable. And the fact that the ones, the flat versions of these Arkham games were more open world certainly makes it open to this one being criticized for not being open world. But with the combat, I mean, I guess I could be a little bit critical in the fact that I don't particularly like sweating in a VR headset, and this game will make you sweat, even though you're playing it sitting down. I kind of like the way that they did the punching, and the way that they kind of made the mechanic so that you had to follow their pattern. I messed up on it quite a bit too, but it wasn't because my punches didn't register properly. It was just I got it wrong. I was in such a kind of hurry. It would tell me to hook and I would jab, or it would tell me to jab and I would hook, and I would just make a mistake. And that was part of the challenge of it. But I thought that was fine. I think if they didn't have that, not only would the game lose a significant portion of the challenging combat, you would be in the situation where variety really didn't matter all that much, and people would just be doing the equivalent of a waggle, but punching instead of using a sword. And that, I think, would suck. It would not be nearly as fun if you could do it that way, because that's what people would do. And then of course, like they could have gone another way about making people have to vary their punches, make it so that if you do the same punch all the time, maybe it gets blocked or something. But then at the same time, like if they did that, then you're adding like a level of defense into the mechanic that isn't already there. I think part of what makes the combat so good in this game is that there is no block and parry here. It's all about they replace block and parry with this system of having to throw the right punch at the right time, and it makes you feel like a superhero if you do everything right and you're able to just mow through these enemies. So I see your points, and I agree with the open world thing to some extent. I think it would have been definitely cooler if you could just explore Gotham and find side missions to do. Um, kind of like playing the Spider-Man game on PlayStation. Like that would
Right.
be cool if it were set up more like that. Um,
But the
but
progression's amazing, right? I didn't
yeah,
even mention that.
there's so many different elements to the gameplay. Like the combat's just a part of it. Like there's so many different things going on here, whether you're playing a detective or there are all different sorts of missions, and then there's progression tied to all of it. Like all of the different gadgets and your character itself, and the skill tree is huge. Like there's so much to it. Like again, it's like a flat game in so many ways, but at the same time, there's so much about it that makes it like a great VR game. Eric, what are we not talking about here that we should be talking about?
I don't think much. I mean, you guys covered it pretty much all. I mean, it's a fantastic game that has its limitations because of the platform. That's, literally all it is. I mean, you're not going to do open world on that headset. I'd love to see them do a PC version of this game, and then maybe they could do some of those things that you're talking about, or maybe they could open it up and do maybe a PlayStation game and have some of those things. But just on that headset, you're never going to see, not never, but right now you're not going to be able to do some of those things that definitely hold it back from being a real Arkham game, a flat Arkham game.
Well, and maybe another one can be a PC version. Not this one, obviously, probably, because Meta's not going to allow that. But maybe this is kind of like a stepping stone to that fully fleshed out open world game on a PC. But it shows what can be done, right? So I have more
Yeah.
positive to say than negative for this game for sure. And I like D. D went into this game. She didn't expect to like it. She wanted to play Metro. She ended up loving this one, not liking that one. And I had the exact same experience. I wasn't really expecting to like this one. I guess wasn't looking forward to Metro. I just didn't like it. But this one I did, and I do, and intend to actually finish it. Right. So.
Absolutely. It's actually one of the things that I'm happy about getting this episode behind me now so that I can get back to games like this and get through them. Because every time that I've played this game, I've ran my battery dead on it. And I'm interested to see what's going to happen now because I made the switch routes. Instead of using Bobo batteries lately, I've just kept my link cable plugged in and have just been plugging it into the wall.
Yeah.
And my battery has not died since I did that.
I haven't tried it in the wall. I have it plugged into my PC and it'll power it that way, but it significantly I'll play a game for like 3 hours and it's down to like 80% or 70% or something versus like when I played the first time, I literally got out of the game after like an hour and a half and my battery was like, it just had a sliver left. It's like, holy crap, dude. So
yeah, you should try plugging it into the brick that came with it. Like those bricks charge it at like a pretty high rate. So like it barely moves. You can play it for 2 hours and it'll barely move down at all. So
yeah,
yeah, I'm looking forward to getting back into this one. Someone was just asking in the chat, how do you grab your cape? You literally just reach back to where it would be and use the grip button to grab it or the trigger, depending on the way that you're using it. So like you can use it to glide across large gaps, and you do that by reaching both your hands back and pulling trigger and then bringing it up as you jump off the edge, and you'll glide across. But you can also use your cape in battle. There are certain enemies that are invulnerable from the front, but if you use your cape, you can kind of knock them off balance and then kind of attack them from the back and hurt them. It's just it's a complete game. I think it's more complete than most VR games that we've seen at this point. It's a kind of a new level, not just for what's possible in terms of production on standalone, but I think it's a new level in many different ways in terms of the different amount of gameplay mechanics that they've kind of built for this game. It not only does it have such a wide diversity of types of gameplay in one title, but it's doing things that have not been done in VR yet before. You know, the combat is the one that we keep coming back to because literally it's based on the type of flat gaming combat where you lock on an enemy and attack that enemy. But in VR, they've done it a different way by, you lock on an enemy by looking at them, and then instead of button mashing, you swing your arms. It's the same base mechanic that the flat game used, but made for VR. So while I've really loved Iron Man VR and thought it was great for 2018, 2019 standards, I feel like this is a whole new level. This is easily the best superhero VR game there is, and I don't even really think it's close.
Well, then the story and the voice acting is like top notch too. I mean, it really is in AAA level. So I think it's definitely good.
I agree with that. I mean, they have Hollywood actors like doing the voice acting in this game. This is a real production, the type of which we don't often see in VR. And really the only times we've ever seen this kind of cast in a VR game doing the voice acting, it's always been Oculus, right? Like they're always the ones funding these type of games. The other one that comes to mind was Wilson's Heart from back in the day, back when they were launching Rift, and it had the same type of stacked Hollywood level actors in it as this does.
And that's what people were saying in the chat that it's they would love it not be to not have it be meta. And that's what it says, wrong direction. But yeah, this is the thing. Meta's the only one that's paying people to bring these games into VR, and they've chosen to make their games on a mobile platform. And it is what it is. I would love it to be a PCVR game as well. It just isn't. And so hopefully this will be an eye-opener to other studios or other, I guess Valve. Valve's the only other one that would do it at this point and invest, right? And that's kind of why I want the hybrid games to take off, because we need flat gamers in here. I know there's people like Logay that'll say, oh, they're the flat gamers. It's already been proven that they won't play VR games. That's BS. It hasn't been proven. They haven't had many examples yet. And, if we could actually get money into VR, that gives other developers incentives to spend more money and more time, more development, and we start to get higher level games. And it's kind of like the chicken and the egg. And unless somebody does something, it's never going to change. Meta's doing something. Flat to VR is doing something. There's people out there doing things, but most developers are just sticking with the cookie cutter thing, and that's not really moving VR forward at this point. And thank God for Meta. Thank God for Flat to VR for doing what I wish every developer and people with money like Meta would do. So.
Old Arth wonders how much this game cost Meta. I have no idea, but I'm sure it was.
I think it's $40.
A cheap production.
40 or 50.
No, they're wondering how much it cost to make this game.
Oh, yeah, I'm sure it wasn't cheap. But I mean, this is the thing. That's why it's a Meta 3 exclusive. It's tied to buying their hardware. And, yes, that's frustrating, but I mean, that's what every company does. That's what Sony does. That's what Xbox does. They want you on their platform, and it's no different, right? So,
yep. I'm sure it was expensive. I mean, they bought the studio, Camouflage, So on top of the cost of buying the studio to make the game, they handled all of the salaries for everyone that worked on this game, and I'm sure it took them 3 or 4 years to develop it at least. So yeah, do that math. It's a lot of money.
Right, and
Um,
it's doing very well, and it's proving to Meta that their investment was good, and so I would expect to see more games like this, and that's kind of what we want, right?
yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we're hoping that we have a good holiday for people buying these 3S headsets and getting in and playing this as the back-end title. Because this is kind of the antidote to games like Hitman on Quest, where people, get their standalone headset, they see a title that they recognize, they go in and they buy it, and they play this shitty, janky game, and they don't say this game sucks. They say VR sucks,
Right.
right? Because they don't understand that there's actually good polished games too. They just think that VR can't handle a franchise like that. When
And that's
obviously, it
that's
can.
the biggest danger with that happening is exactly what you just said. People will they buy the headset, they try it, and then they put it down. And then they not only do they say, "Look, VR sucks," they go tell everybody they know. Anytime it comes up, "No, VR sucks." And then people don't even try it and they think VR sucks. We need more titles like this that show that VR it doesn't suck. It's different than what they think. And so they can start to, you know what I mean? It's kind of feeds on itself, and we've been in that, so many janky games come out and then people go into it as their first game and then they just don't ever come back, or maybe they do somewhere down the road, who knows? But we joke about it, but it's real. Headsets sit on it collecting dust, and that's a problem. It's a problem for me anyway, that wants deep games, that has resorted to playing UEVR games, because I can't, or Red Dead Redemption 2. I can't find them in VR up until now. Well, I guess that's not true, but there's some, but it's not as many. And so we're expecting these people that just came into VR to magically find the ones that we've taken a lot of time to try to find ourselves. And it's kind of a problem for VR. And again, that's why it's good that we have people that are thinking outside the box. And if we could just get people to not have to have everything be VR as F, and just concede that, okay, that's great that you don't want that, but there's people like me that want to play Call of Duty in VR and wants to use my gamepad and wants to play the way I've always played it, and make the concession that, okay, yeah, that you probably won't play it because you want to aim down the sights. But let's get everybody out there that loves the game, that's their favorite game. Let them get in the world, realize how amazing VR is, and then start branching out. And at the same time, we have people buying headsets. We have people buying the games. Developers start to see that, hey, this is actually worth doing. But and as long as everybody says, no, it has to be aimed down the sights. I've said this before, and I mean it more now than I've ever meant it. I think that the VR as F crowd is holding VR back. They really are, because they've
Well,
convinced developers out there that if you can't aim down the sights, if you have an IP that everybody loves, if you can't bring it into VR and make it all VR, then Dark Souls or whatever it is, then we don't want it. Well, that's not true for everybody, and we need to
well,
start thinking outside the box for the people that it aren't in VR. We need to bring them in. So,
I think that it's more than just that. I think anybody that says that it has to be this way and only this way are holding it back. Like it, and that goes for the people who say that everything has to be in first person with your hands.
or
And I
not
think it's
third
this,
person. Yeah.
yeah. I think that there needs to be all of these different types of games, because for me, like I love that. I love that aspect of VR more than anything else, is being in VR first person and using my hands. But it doesn't have to be like that for me to enjoy it. Like I play these mods all the time with the gamepad, and I have just as good of a time for a different reason.
Right.
So, like, I think there's a place for all of it, and I think that the sooner that the industry realizes that, the better off we'll all
I
be.
think Meta started out that way, that they were planning on doing that. And then Vive came out and it was all about touch controls. And so they pivoted because that, if you remember, it was came with a gamepad. And if you could, and Bad Robos made this comment in the Discord, and this is probably one of the most valid things you could say. Like games like Dark Souls and stuff that are so reliant on timing and all these different things, or even like I've said about Call of Duty and stuff, it's so fast paced that you kind of need it to be the way that it is. And so like those games, I agree. If you can make a game and you can make it flow just as well by aiming down the sights, make that an option as well. I don't care. But to nix out a certain game just because you're like, okay, no, you'd have to use a gamepad. Now I'm done. Well, that's great. But I'm more worried about people that bringing people into the ecosphere that aren't already here. We're already here. We're already playing these games. We're already buying them. But these devs are struggling. We need more people in virtual reality. And it kind of we need both. Like you said, we need options. Some games are gamepad only. Some games aren't. You know, I think Sony could have easily brought Astrobot, the new one, into VR as it is. Didn't have to have all the extra aiming with a gun and all the different stuff that the first one had. And it would be the best platformer you've ever played in VR, because I've played it flat and it's the best platformer I've played in years. And we're missing out because people have, I think, convinced developers that if you don't make it a certain way, if it doesn't have that extra VR touch, we're not interested. And I guess that's kind of how people have acted. And they say, well, you know what? We don't want it. And they trash it in the comments or the reviews when it's one of the best games you could play, like Hitman or whatever.
Right.
It's just very bizarre to me. And I feel like a lot of people are kind of holding VR back by saying it has to be this way when there's a lot of different ways.
Anyways, kind of get back on the rails here, and this is an excellent must-own game. It absolutely represents a new level for standalone VR, and in some ways in VR in general. And it's just a great game that I recommend to everyone.
Yeah, absolutely.
Moving along, really quickly, we'll mention that Vendetta Forever came out on Quest this month as well. We already talked at length about this game and all the things that make it so awesome. It all holds true here on standalone as well. Very much, pretty much the same experience. I mean, there are some small differences, but this is the same game no matter where you play it at, and it's good no matter where you play it at. So then we move along to a new game from a AAA studio. Triangle Strategy came down this month from Bandai Namco. And Eric, when I started off this list, I didn't have this one on here, but after talking to Roots about it and other people, I realized like you can't really have a game come down from a studio like that and just not talk about it as one of the top releases on the platform this month. Now, with that said, this is very much a PlayStation 1 era turn-based role-playing game. Like these are the old role-playing games that we grew up on, like the early Final Fantasy games, like the Dragon Warriors. You know, it's one of Ultima. It's one of those type of games, and they didn't bring it along for the modern year. Like this is very much a game that's pretty identical to the way it would have been 20 years ago, only now it's in 3D VR. Well, before I give my opinion on this, I'm just curious, did you play Triangle Strategy? And if so, what did you think about it?
I did. I think it's super cool. Yeah, it's Square Enix knows how to do these types of games, these strategy based. We've seen them like they're like Final Fantasy and these types of games, and this one's deep, man. This is a slow start for this game. Like I don't think I even got even going into this thing a little bit, and I think this deserves more time. Because I know I talked to a couple people and they said this game is probably over 40 hours worth of gameplay.
Mhm.
And it's got a really deep story to it. And and for what they told me, like the first 5 to 6 hours, I talked to GT when we were in New York. He was like, but he loves this game. But he said it took like 4 or 5 hours to like really get into the game. And he's just like, and he's got probably 10 or 12 into it now, but he wants to continue it. So I've got like an hour and a half into it, and I'm like, it's a lot of fun, but you got to have patience for this type of game. But it's cool. It's like there's only the only thing I don't like about this is they didn't go all the way with it. Like the cutscenes are very 2D. You can definitely feel like this is probably their first foray into doing something like this. Yeah, but a lot of the mechanics are here. It's super cool. I think it's a great game. I think they just need to make it a little bit more VR-fied. There's a couple of things they could have done that would have made it more immersive, but I love it. I think it's really cool. I want to see more types of games like this. Like I think you could do a couple of the Final Fantasies, the older ones for sure. Bring them into VR, and I think it would be super cool.
Yeah, I think I pretty much agree with everything you just said here. That um, I think that this is a great game. This is a great game. Um, I think it would have been a great game on a TV screen. I don't. I think this is a great game that VR doesn't really add much to. Does VR add something? Sure. Like obviously, it's a bit more immersive to be able to block out the world, have certain things be in 3D space for you, to be able to manipulate the board, in a 3D space with your laser pointer or whatever. Um, that all adds a little bit. But Roots, I wouldn't say that VR adds a lot to this. And I didn't even try playing it in mixed reality because I don't even know if that would have added anything to it at all to be able to play it in your own room. I mean, it's not like it's a multiplayer game. Like if you were doing co-location multiplayer with another headset, then the mixed reality would make a lot of sense to me. But this is a single player turn-based RPG from 25 years ago, and the things that make this game great have literally nothing to do with VR.
Yeah, I think what you said is it's all about being in there. It's not about the gameplay per se. It's a little bit more than than just blocking out the world. As far as kind of like, okay, so you're in there and you see this big explosion come down, and it's happening on this thing right in front of you, or the lightning or anything that's going on in this
Yeah.
thing. It's definitely a different experience. I thought of Riggs when I was thinking when I played this. Somebody that loves retro games but also loves VR, right? That would
Right.
probably think this is amazing. I agree with GT. I mean, I probably played about an hour and a half as well, Mash, and there's a story being told here. So at the end of the day, it's an RPG, and it's a slow burn, but you're literally meeting different people and adding them to your group, and getting different abilities, and a lot of combat, and I thought it was really cool. I mean, it's not even my type of game, and I ended up playing it way longer than I thought I was going to play it. So I can definitely see why Looper is getting in there, and he's actually said that this is Square Enix, not Bandai
Yeah,
Namco.
I've been waiting. Yeah, I was waiting on you to stop talking so that I could correct myself. But yeah,
But yeah, no.
yeah, I
So
saw
I
it pop up on the screen.
I just thought I was really impressed with it. I mean, obviously graphically it's not it's an older game, but I mean, I like what Mash is saying. There's how many IPs are out there that people would love to replay through Final Fantasy, the earlier ones in a headset, and it gives more legitimacy to VR, even if it's not the typical VRified game, and I was thinking of that one game, Mash, that you were talking about, where you're in that car, and you were saying it added nothing to it. That really adds nothing. I
The
can't remember what the
hitchhiker.
name.
The
Yeah, the
hitchhiker.
hitchhiker. Whereas this, to me, again, I put myself as it, like when I was a kid. Yeah, you could see it on a TV, but having it right there in front of you and watching the people fighting and doing different stuff, I thought it was really cool. And I could see myself going back in here and getting deeper into it. And once you get it in far enough into this and the story and everything, it kind of makes you want to continue to play it. And so I think it's definitely worth checking out if you like this type of game, or even if you don't and you're kind of on the fence. You know, it reminded me of a lot of that one game, even though that's more, was more polished because it's not taking an older game and bringing it in. But what was that one where you're in the attic and,
Yeah, Table of Tales.
yeah, Table of
Mm.
Tales and that
Yeah,
type
yeah.
of stuff. It's kind of like that,
This is-
but way more
This is a better
elaborate.
game.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
way
this is a
more
better-
elaborate. Absolutely.
Yeah, this is a complete game. With Table of Tales, it was cool, but I mean, it's a more watered down version of what they're doing here. This is a fully fleshed out game. And to be clear, I wasn't saying that VR added nothing. It just didn't add much. Like, I think this game would be just about as good on a screen as it is right here. Now, give me my choice. Obviously, I'm going to go in the headset 10 times out of 10. Being immersed and being able to see things in three-dimensional space right in front of you, being able to grab the board and pull it up right to your eyes so that, you know, you can change the scale of everything. Like, all that's great. But they could, I feel like they could have done more. That's all. Like,
Well-
it's a great game.
No, I agree with you, Wes. Like, I mean, like, these are the things that you have to do. Like, just doing this port to bring it over is a step, but it's not the full step, right?
No.
Because again, if I have to answer the question, why am I playing this in VR? You know, that's a bad thing. That's what we don't want to see. You know what I mean? And that, like, when we do a flat to VR, 90% of what we do, the hardest part is figuring out how to make that game feel like it's meant to be in VR. And there's a lot that's put into it. There's a ton of creative people on that side just figuring out, what do I need to do to make this game feel like it's meant to be in VR? Because again, if you just bring it over and you're just like, okay, that's great, you know what I mean? But I don't feel like that added anything to it here. It's not enough. You know, you need to bring it all. But again, I'm just glad they brought it. You know, and then next time, I guarantee they'll be a little bit better. You know, I mean, everybody gets a little bit better. They figure those things out. But you have to put more time into, you know, everybody wants to put time into the port to make sure the port is good and it functions and looks great. And they don't put enough time into thought into like, what am I doing here to make this thing feel like it's native for VR? And sometimes that means changing things. You know, just because it's a port and you're going to bring that game over doesn't mean everything has to be
See, I
one to
did-
one.
I didn't even know that this was a port. I just thought this was a built from the ground up game.
Oh,
for
really? Yeah,
VR.
no, this was an original. Yeah. Original flat game, yeah.
No,
Well,
saying
that
that,
makes a little bit more sense.
yeah, because well, and because if you're trying to bring in an audience of people that maybe they're not looking for something more, they just want to play something that's really nostalgic, and maybe this game they see it and they're like, you know what, I'm gonna finally try VR. I love Triangle. You know, what is it called? Triangle strategy. You know, and imagine this. You know, PC, like you said, this is a stepping stone. PCVR could easily do something like this with, say, Baldur's Gate 3, if you had the right team on it and bringing it into VR, and that game would be way different. That game is one of the best games of this type that exists. It's not. I mean, I guess it is turn based, but yeah. So I would love to see that one in VR. But I agree. Maybe, you know, thinking of it from the perspective of, you know, how do we make this even more special than, you know, because we look at it through the view of VR games, and we've been in it for 8 years, and there's just people that have never tried VR. But if you can have enough titles of something they're familiar with, or like I said, somebody like John Riggs that is like a huge nostalgia or retro person, they don't want their game changed. They want their game as it was always in, and they want it in VR, or at least most of them anyway, because that's what retro is, right? And so they may have looked at it from that perspective, that they wanted to keep that retro feel, but also have it in virtual reality at the same time. So I guess time will tell as far as how well this does, and does it bring people into VR? You know, how, and is it even marketed to people that aren't in VR? Sometimes I feel like as the VR community, we're doing a VR circle jerk, you know, and we're expecting to bring all these people in, and we're not appealing to anybody else that's already not here. And that's kind of a problem.
Well, again, it's definitely a good game. It's definitely a game I'm going to go back in and play more of. I grew up on these games. Like,
Hmm.
um, you know, I always credit the original Legend of Zelda as being the game that really first got me to fall in love with video games, and it was a natural progression from that to these type of games. And I always loved playing these type of games when I was younger. Now I grew out of them, of course, because they're very involved. It takes a long time to play through these games, and
Mm.
there's a lot of exploration and a lot of talking and dialogue. Again, stuff that I enjoy, but it is very time consuming. But I really enjoyed my time in this game. Again, I think it's a great game. I thought that they could have done a little bit more with the VR implementation of it.
How cool would an original Zelda be? Like, or the first couple in VR, right? I think it'd be super cool.
It is cool, and you can do that through mods on Quest even. Um, somebody built the original Zelda in VR, but they made it first person, and they did it in the Doom engine, and
Wow,
made it VR through that. It's
that's
just pretty
crazy.
incredible.
That is cool.
Anyway, this is a really cool game. It's really fun. Um, it is cool to be able to see all of these kind of retro effects happening in 3D right before your eyes, and I definitely need to play more of it. Yeah, stay tuned. I'm sure we'll talk about this one again during the 2024 show.
I think one thing that they could have done that would have been easy to do, or maybe not that because they probably wanted it to play well on Quest 2 as well. But the like Eric was saying, that having the 3D cutscenes would have been
Yes,
super cool, and that would have
that would
been
have been
something you
really
couldn't
easy.
Hmm.
couldn't get
Uh,
flat.
Yeah,
So
that would have been really easy for them to do because you do spend a lot of time in this, at least in the early parts of this game where I played. There's a lot of watching cutscenes in it, and they could have very easily put a Z adaptive 3D shader on that and just gave it some depth, and it would have definitely been better.
yep.
Like kind of like what Metal, well, not like Metal Hellsinger. That's not what I'm thinking of. There's been other games that do it. I can't
Yeah.
think of the name. Anyway, moving along to our final nominee of the episode. Can you believe it? We made it here finally.
Oh my god.
Um, I couldn't rightfully talk about Undead Citadel coming to Quest this month if I didn't talk about Blade and Sorcery Nomad finally coming, getting its full launch on Quest this month as well. And I feel like in many ways here, we have like the polar opposite of what we had with Undead Citadel. Like, I definitely prefer the gameplay structure and the minute to minute gameplay of Undead Citadel to that of Blade and Sorcery. But this basically, this update brings the Crystal Hunt campaign to Quest. This came to PC some time ago, basically giving some sort of purpose to playing Blade and Sorcery other than just getting in and fighting. And they did the same thing now for the Quest version. And we covered the Crystal Hunt when it came to PC, and while we definitely thought it was an improvement on Blade and Sorcery, and well, it was pretty fun to play. It was good, not great. And I feel like the same is true here. With that being said, I was very impressed with this game visually. Like, I thought that this game looked way better than I was expecting it to look on standalone. I wasn't expecting it to be quite as rough as Undead Citadel was, but I was not expecting it to be as close to the PC version as it is. Um, don't get me wrong, the PC version definitely looks notably better than this. But this is a really good looking game, and Roots, much like was the case with Undead Citadel, they brought the physics and the gameplay over 1-to-1 here. I think that this is a very good representation of the PC version of Blade and Sorcery. I was pretty impressed with it.
Yeah. Well, you just convinced me I should have tried it. This is my
Yeah.
thing. I disliked the PC version so much that I didn't want to play this version. I thought, okay, that was the better version, and I didn't like it. So why would I waste my time, especially through this lens? Nothing's beaten one of these games on this list. So I'm like, okay, so it's not, and then it can't get runner up in my opinion, because there's another game that I think is going to be easily runner up. So I'm
Right.
like, I don't need to go into this game, and I didn't want to go into this game. Even with the campaign, I just feel like this game was one of those games, kind of like Phasmophobia, that because so many content creators made all these videos on YouTube, it succeeded because of it. And it's the only reason, because I thought the PC version sucked. But it was better with the campaign, but to me wasn't too much better than the sandbox. But I mean,
So yeah. So I agree with you to some extent. Although I will, I don't like this game as much as most people on YouTube seem to like it. With that said, I definitely like it more than you do, Roots. Like I think it's a pretty fun game um, overall. Now that it has this campaign in it, but the physics are really great. The spell casting's great. And it does a lot right, as it should. As long as this game was in early access, it should have all of that stuff down. Eric, did you check out Blade and Sorcery Nomad on Quest?
I did. I did. It was pretty cool. I think there's an audience for these sandbox type games, and those people already love it, and I think they'll love the campaign because they can do something different. If you're looking for a super deep campaign, like this is a campaign in like the loosest terms of campaign. Like this is not like a big story that you're gonna jump into. I think there's something here to give some people something, but I don't think it's anything super special. To me, again, I think this game is all about physics. It's all about the sandbox, and if you like that, you're gonna love this game. The physics in this game are some of the best that you're gonna see, and they do stuff on the quest where I'm like, holy shit, I can't believe they really did that. Like, it's not the prettiest game I've ever seen on the quest, but like some of the physics and some of the ragdoll stuff they have going on here, and the new like sorcery maneuvers that you can do, the wizard maneuvers, are pretty freaking awesome. And that stuff amazes me every time. But again, I'm kind of with Roots. Like, this is not a game that I'm gonna jump back into. It's not a game that I'm like. I would prefer a full campaign than a sandbox. I'm just not a sandbox guy, but there are a lot of people out there that are, and I think if you do like that kind of stuff, you can be super creative in here, and like you could narrate your own story if you wanted to. That's just not where I'm gonna run to, but I think there's a lot here for if you like that. Like, I think it's probably one of the best on there, and it's, I don't know, we didn't even talk about the mods now. The mods that you can do in here, whether it's on PC or on Quest, is some of the best stuff you're going to find.
And there's people
Yeah.
out there that probably loved the videos and saw it, but didn't have access to a PC. And so for, like you said, I think you nailed it. There's a crowd for this. Obviously, it's not me, or you apparently either. But that doesn't mean that there isn't people out there that are going to love it. And so.
Yeah. So, no, I'm agreeing. I don't want to oversell my position on this. Like I probably won't go back to this game. We covered it on PC. I enjoyed it pretty well. I called it an average game, and I haven't been back until now when I went in to play this version of it, which again I thought it was decent playing in Crystal, the Crystal Hunt campaign. Like I hate sandboxes. I hate sandbox games. I hate it when a developer contacts me in my email and asks me if I want to play their sandbox game. No, I don't want to play your shitty sandbox game. I don't care what you can do in it. I need objectives. I need to be able to do something. And I think that they've done enough here to, like, if I didn't have like all these other great games to play, I would play this versus not playing anything. Like,
Right.
I think it's enjoyable.
Yeah, that's fair.
It's like Flippy Nuggets said. He thought it was the couple hours he played recently was really cool. The only other experience that was like it was Swordsman. So, there's, we've played so much. So I guess that kind of changes things too.
You know what? I think that the combat's a little bit better in Swordsman, like the sword play and stuff. I would rather play this as a game. Like Swordsman is arena melee. At least this I can go through the castles and find things and unlock new magic and all of this stuff. And there's boss fights and like I would probably rather play this than Swordsman just because of the structure of the game.
I
But
think
Swordsman has better sword play and stuff in it, definitely.
I think the better question for this is like, would I rather play Undead Citadel than this?
Yes, I
and
would
I think I
play.
would.
I would play Ugly Quest Undead Citadel before I played beautiful Blade and Sorcery on PC.
I
Like
agree. 50
it's a better game.
unlockable weapons, and like you can open shit up, and there's something to do, and like yeah, for me, I'm the same. I would definitely play Undead Citadel over this.
Yeah, yeah, 10 times out of 10. Undead Citadel, I'm going to go back and play again. I probably will never play this game again. So,
Yeah.
yeah. And with that, we have all of our 10 nominees for Quest Game of the Month. I don't think that there's any question here. What's about to happen? Do you want in here, dog? Come on in. No? All right. Well, be quiet then. I don't think there's any question what's about to happen here. We're going to have we have an easy winner this month, no question. But we're also in a situation where we have another title on the list that any other month would have been a no-brainer game of the month. Like any other month that Into Black would have come out, that we wouldn't even be like discussing it. Like it would have been the game of the month.
No
We just
brainer.
so happen to have one of the best Quest games ever, maybe the best Quest game ever this month. So I think the only thing we can do is call Batman what it is. That's the game of the month. But I think we have to give Into Black a runner up here. I think it would be a disservice to that game if we didn't at least give it that recognition and bring it into the game of the year conversation, because we very well could have some patrons that like Into Black better
Right.
than Batman.
There's a good chance it gets a multiplayer game of the year, but it's definitely, like you said, if Batman wasn't in this list, it would be my game of the month, hands down.
Yeah, yeah.
So
And while we did have a lot of other good games on Quest this month, I don't think anything really steps up to the level of Into Black, let alone Batman. Although Arizona Sunshine Remake, pretty solid. Vendetta Forever, pretty solid. Triangle Strategy,
pretty solid.
really good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is a good month for Quest, and Arizona Sunshine for me would have probably swept everything if it wasn't for if you didn't have Into Black and Batman, just because I liked it that much.
I agree. Yep, same.
But it is what it is, ladies and gentlemen. We can only have one winner. That winner is Batman Arkham Shadow. Just an excellent game. And then we will go to Into Black here and call it the runner-up, which for those of you who are new to the channel, it's essentially calling it a tie. The purpose of Game of the Month, the reason why we do it, is to nominate nominees for Game of the Year. And if we have a runner-up, the runner-up gets nominated as well. So both of these games will be in the conversation when we meet with our patrons next month and decide what the game of the year on Quest is going to be. So there you have it, ladies and gents. We did it. Arizona Sunshine Remake Game of the Month for PSVR 2. Arizona Sunshine Remake Game of the Month for PC VR. And Batman Arkham Shadow, your Quest Game of the Month, with Into Black coming along for the ride as well.
Do we know how long Into Black is? Old Darth is, or this was Old Darth I was asking about the campaign, how long it is.
I have no idea. I know that I've played it. Let's see. I've had what did I say? Like 5 sessions in it now. I'm on like mission 8. I think, and I've probably put a good 3 to 4 hours of gameplay into it at least, maybe more, maybe 5.
Into your session, yeah, because you've played a lot of
Yeah.
mine and other people's too. So you probably put way more than
Yeah.
that just in gameplay, right?
Yeah. So I don't know if it's going to be done in 8 to 10. It doesn't seem like it at this point. It seems like this is a much longer campaign than that, but I don't know. Again, everybody plays at different speeds as well, so that's going to factor in too. But yeah, I'm on mission 8 now, I think, and I don't feel like I'm halfway there yet. So,
And the story's progressing pretty good, right?
yeah, the story's pretty awesome. Although I guess it could end at any moment now. Like I guess if we just find the parts we need, we can just leave. But there are again, there's a story going on here, a mystery unfolding that I don't feel like we're any much closer to than when we started, honestly. Anyway, great game. Definitely recommend it. I recommend all of this month's game of the month or games of the month. So that's going to wrap our regular episodes for the year, but don't you fret, we're not going anywhere. We will be back soon to talk about the nominees, or yeah, I think that's how it's going to go. We'll either come back and talk about the categories and leave it up to you all to do the nominees, but I think it makes more sense just to come back when we have the nominees, because coming back just to talk about categories isn't going to be much of a show.
Well, maybe there'll be a game we want to talk about as well at the same time.
There definitely will be. Again, I've been wanting to get in and check out Silent Hill 2 in the mod, but in 3 weeks we've got Behemoth coming, so there's going to be that as well to talk about. And then I'll be back for various gameplays at the same time. So just because we're not doing podcasts doesn't mean we're not going to be doing content. We definitely will be. Looper says do the categories first. How do we do that in an episode? Like I'm opening up new category suggestions like literally right now. I'll start a new thing in the Discord and put the old categories in there, and then let people suggest new ones if you want. And then if we feel like we want to do a show after we get the categories, well, I mean,
it's kind of how we've done it in the past, right? I think we picked the categories with everybody not, with their suggestions in the Discord, and then we came back to kind of say, okay, here's the categories, that type of stuff, and then we could pepper that in with, maybe a Silent Hill 2, or Wes is doing a real-time review, or who knows,
Yeah, well, maybe we'll do that. Maybe we'll come back and cover a game and then talk about the nominees while we're at it, and just do it like that. Anyways, we are, at any rate, we are opening up the categories for discussion. So if anybody wants to make suggestions about a new category for this year, you will be able to do so in our Discord. You will find an invitation to that Discord in the description down below. Come in, say hello, and let us know what you think we should be handing out awards for this year. We already have an ungodly number of categories, so if we do add any, we'll definitely be dropping some at the same time.
And we promise we'll give you a real episode next time, not some little 4-hour and 21-minute episode we got going on here. I just looked at the time and I'm like, holy crap, we've been here 4 hours. It's crazy.
I said that we had like 2 shows here, 2 shows worth of nominees. I wasn't kidding.
You were right.
Anyway, with that said, friends, I'd like to thank you all once again for watching. For Roots and Eric, I'm Wes. We'll see you really soon. Bye now.
Take it easy.
See you later.